Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. My encounter happened about 15 months ago, during early autumn when the leaves had just begun their descent. For as long as I can remember, Dad and I made it our ritual to hunt together on our family's land, a stretch of dense forest that bordered Shiloh Battlefield State Park in Tennessee. The property had been passed down through 3 generations, each one adding their own stories to its history. The locals spoke in hushed tones about what happened there during the Civil War. According to old records and whispered tales, a medical tent had been erected somewhere on our land, where surgeons worked through screaming nights, amputating limbs by candlelight. The soil itself seemed to remember. Sometimes, when the wind moved through the trees in a certain way, you could almost hear echoes of something ancient and anguished. I had never been entirely comfortable in those woods. Every hunting trip, from the time I was old enough to carry a rifle, I felt eyes on me, not the casual observation of woodland creatures, but something more focused, more intentional. The feeling would crawl up my spine and settle at the base of my skull, a constant awareness that I was not alone, that something was taking measure of me. Dad always dismissed it as pre-hunt jitters, but I knew better. Those woods were watching, waiting, and I had learned to hunt despite the discomfort, not because it ever went away. That morning started like any other. I woke before dawn, the sky still black and star-studded, and began gathering my gear. My .30-06 rifle, cleaned and oiled the night before, waited by the door. I had boxes of ammunition, my hunting license, and a thermos of coffee that Dad had prepared before bed. Everything was ready. Everything was normal. Until it wasn't. I walked down the hallway to Dad's room, expecting to find him already dressed and double-checking his own equipment. Instead, I found him still in bed, his face pale and drawn. He had been violently ill during the night, some kind of stomach virus that had come on suddenly and left him weak and shaking. His eyes were apologetic as he told me he couldn't make the trip. "Go without me," he said, his voice rough. "You know those woods as well as I do. Just be careful out there and call me when you're heading back." I hesitated. The thought of going into those woods alone sent an involuntary shudder through me, but I pushed it down. I was 26 years old, not a child afraid of shadows. I had been hunting since I was 12. I knew every trail, every clearing, every potential danger from wild animals to unstable ground. I would be fine. I loaded my gear into my 1995 Ford Ranger, the truck's engine rumbling to life in the pre-dawn quiet. The drive took 40 minutes, winding through back roads where no streetlights reached and the darkness pressed against the windows like something solid. I tried to focus on the practical aspects of the hunt, wind direction, where I had seen deer tracks last time, which stand would give me the best vantage point. But underneath those thoughts, a current of unease flowed steady and cold. I arrived at the old homestead around 5:30 in the morning. The property had once held a small cabin, but that had burned down decades ago, leaving only a stone foundation and a clearing where I could park. The woods loomed beyond, a wall of black trees that seemed to lean inward, closing off the sky. I sat in the truck for a moment, hands on the steering wheel, engine still running. I could turn around. I could go home, check on Dad, come back another day when he could join me. But something stopped me. Pride, maybe, or stubbornness. I wasn't going to let irrational fear keep me from a hunt. I cut the engine. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was absolute. Loading the rifle took longer than usual. My hands fumbled with the ammunition, and I had to pause twice to steady my breathing. The air was thick with moisture, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and rich earth. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called once, then fell silent. I shouldered my rifle and started toward the deer stand, located roughly 100 yards into the forest. The path was familiar, worn smooth by years of use, but in the darkness it seemed foreign, as though the woods had rearranged themselves overnight. My boots crunched on fallen leaves, each step impossibly loud in the stillness. That was when I noticed the first strange thing. I felt calm. The ever-present sensation of being watched, that weight of invisible attention that had plagued every previous visit, was gone. The woods felt empty in a way they never had before. It should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like a trap, like the moment of quiet before something springs. I was halfway to the stand when I heard the footsteps. They were heavy, deliberate, and close, much too close. I froze mid-stride, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. The footsteps continued for 2 more paces, each one crushing leaves and snapping twigs, before stopping exactly when I stopped. I held my breath, listening with every nerve in my body on high alert. The darkness made it impossible to see more than vague shapes, the bulk of tree trunks, the slightly lighter gaps between them. Nothing moved, nothing made a sound, but something was there. I clicked off the safety on my rifle, the small metallic sound absurdly loud. Panthers hunted in these woods, and mountain lions, though rare, had been spotted. Either could kill a man if they caught him unaware. I turned in a slow circle, rifle raised, trying to penetrate the darkness with sheer force of will. Nothing. No eyeshine, no movement, no sound of breathing or the rustle of a large body shifting position. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds, I started walking again. Faster now, my head constantly turning to check behind me, beside me, above me. Predators could climb. I kept my finger near the trigger, ready to fire at the first sign of attack. The deer stand appeared ahead, a darker shadow against the general darkness. I practically ran the last few yards, yanked open the door, and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and locking it behind me. The stand was small but sturdy, built by my grandfather 40 years ago, and maintained ever since. It consisted of a raised platform about 8 feet off the ground, wooden walls with window openings that could be shuttered, and a basic chair. It smelled of old wood, gun oil, and the musk of countless hunters who had waited here before me. I dragged the chair to one of the windows and sat down, rifle across my lap, trying to calm my racing pulse. Just an animal, I told myself. Just a deer, or maybe a boar moving through the underbrush. Nothing to panic about. As the minutes passed and the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I started to relax. The woods were waking up around me. Birds began their morning chorus, their calls bright and unconcerned. Squirrels emerged from their nests and started their endless foraging, leaping from branch to branch with reckless confidence. A rabbit hopped past the stand, paused to clean its ears, then disappeared into a thicket. It was normal. It was safe. I had let my imagination run wild, that was all. I pulled out my phone and opened Facebook Marketplace, scrolling through listings for used trucks and hunting equipment. The familiar ritual of browsing, of imagining what I might buy with my next paycheck, helped ground me in reality. The fear from earlier began to seem silly, the overreaction of an isolated mind in a dark forest. That was when every sound stopped. The transition was so abrupt it took my brain a moment to process what had happened. 1 second, the forest was alive with noise, birds calling, insects buzzing, squirrels chittering as they chased each other. The next second, nothing. Not a single sound except my own breathing and the faint creak of the stand settling. I put the phone away and picked up my rifle. This was wrong. Animals didn't go silent like this without reason. It meant a predator was near, something large enough and dangerous enough that every creature within earshot had decided their best chance of survival was absolute stillness. I scanned the woods through each window of the stand, moving slowly to avoid making noise. Dawn had progressed enough that I could see clearly now. The shapes of trees, the undergrowth, the carpet of fallen leaves. Nothing moved. The forest had become a still life, frozen and waiting. Minutes crawled past. 5, 10. My shoulders began to ache from tension. Maybe whatever had frightened the animals was gone. Maybe they would start calling again soon. And I could laugh at myself for being so jumpy. I sat back down and reached for my phone. trying to distract myself from the oppressive silence. Another 10 or 15 minutes passed. I had nearly convinced myself that things were returning to normal, that I was worrying over nothing, when the scream ripped through the air. It was not an animal sound. It was not a human sound. It was something between the two. A shriek that started low and rose to a pitch that seemed to vibrate inside my skull. It held notes of agony and rage and something else, something that had no name because no human had ever felt it. My phone clattered to the floor of the stand. I surged to my feet, rifle raised, eyes wide and searching. The scream had come from somewhere ahead of me, maybe 50 yards out, but in the confusion of echoes bouncing off trees, it was impossible to pinpoint exactly where. I forced myself to breathe, to think. Panthers could make sounds that resembled human screams when they fought or mated. That had to be it. Just a panther. Just a big cat doing what big cats do. But I had heard panther screams before, during previous hunts. This wasn't quite the same. This had an almost deliberate quality to it. A performance of sound rather than a natural cry. I stood at the window for what felt like hours but was probably only 5 minutes, scanning every visible inch of forest. Nothing moved. The silence pressed down like a weight, broken only by my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Finally, when my legs began to shake from standing so rigid, I lowered the rifle and sat back down. My hands were trembling. I wiped sweat from my forehead despite the cool morning air and picked up my phone from where it had fallen. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. I was being ridiculous. I was a grown man with a rifle in a locked stand, jumping at animal noises. I needed to calm down, focus on the hunt, and stop letting my imagination run wild. That was when I heard Dad's voice. "Get back here now." The words came from behind the stand, from deeper in the woods. It was Dad's voice, exactly the same tone he used when he was worried and trying to sound commanding. The same slight rasp from years of smoking in his youth. The same cadence and inflection. Every hair on my neck stood at attention. I spun around, pressing my face to the back window, searching the trees. Nobody was there. The woods were empty. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone and opened Life 360, the family location app. The screen loaded with agonizing slowness. When it finally refreshed, it showed Dad's icon sitting stationary at our house, 15 miles away. He hadn't moved. My mouth went dry. Someone or something had just called my name in my father's exact voice, from the middle of the woods where no one else should be. I stood frozen, rifle gripped so tightly my knuckles had gone white. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more disturbing than the last. Someone playing a cruel prank? Impossible. No one knew I was here alone. A recording somehow broadcast into the woods? Even less likely. Some kind of hallucination from stress or lack of sleep. But I hadn't been sleeping poorly, and I felt perfectly alert. I scanned every angle visible from the stand, moving from window to window, looking for any sign of movement, any hint of what had made that sound. The forest remained still and silent, refusing to give up its secrets. Then I saw it, just for a moment, at the very edge of my peripheral vision. Something tall moved behind a thick bush about 30 yards to my left. It was there, and then it wasn't. So quick I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. I fixed my eyes on that bush, barely breathing, waiting for whatever it was to move again. The bush itself was old and dense, its leaves brown and dry from the season. It would provide excellent cover for something that didn't want to be seen. 5 minutes passed, then 10. My eyes began to water from not blinking, but I didn't dare look away. Something was behind that bush. Something was watching me, and now I was watching back. My phone was still in my pocket. Slowly, moving as little as possible, I reached down and put it away. Then, with the same glacial care, I raised my rifle and clicked off the safety. The sound seemed to echo through the silent woods. That was when I heard his voice again. "Hey, come here, look what I found, son." It came from right next to the bush. Dad's voice, casual and warm, the exact tone he used when he wanted to show me something interesting. An unusual deer track, a bird's nest, a piece of old Civil War metal detected beneath the soil. It was perfect, it was impossible, and it was not my father. Time seemed to stop. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen between the need to flee and the paralysis of pure terror. Sweat ran down my back despite the morning chill. My finger rested on the trigger of my rifle. But what was I going to shoot? I couldn't see anything except that bush, and I couldn't be certain anything was actually there. But something was there. I knew it with the same primal certainty that a mouse knows when a snake is near, even if it cannot see it. Every instinct screamed danger. I made my decision. I turned the rifle toward the ceiling of the stand and fired once, the crack of the gunshot explosively loud in the silence. Before the echo had even faded, I was moving. I unlocked the door and threw it open, not bothering with the small ladder but instead jumping straight down to the ground, my knees absorbing the impact. Then I ran. I ran like I had never run before, crashing through underbrush, my rifle clutched in one hand, my other arm raised to protect my face from branches. Behind me I could hear it following. Not footsteps exactly, but the sound of something large moving fast through the forest, snapping branches that should have been too thick to break, moving with a speed that no human could match. It was gaining on me. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. All my focus was on the path ahead, on the gradually lightening woods that meant I was getting closer to the edge, closer to my truck and escape. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but the sound behind me grew louder, closer, until I could hear what might have been breathing, harsh, wet, and wrong. The tree line appeared ahead. I could see my truck parked in the clearing, could see the open space and morning light, and I pushed harder, finding speed I didn't know I had. The presence behind me was so close now I could feel the air displacement of its movement, could smell something like rot and old meat. I burst from the woods and sprinted the final 20 feet to my truck. My hands fumbled with the rifle, nearly dropping it before I managed to throw it into the truck bed. I yanked open the driver's door and threw myself inside, jamming the key into the ignition. That was when I made the mistake of looking back. It stood at the edge of the woods, half in shadow and half in the pale morning light. The thing was tall, impossibly tall, somewhere between 7 and 9 feet. Its body was emaciated, bones visible beneath skin that looked gray and diseased, like meat that had been left to spoil. But it was the proportions that made my mind refuse to process what I was seeing. Its legs were too long, bent at angles that human joints couldn't achieve, giving it a posture that was simultaneously hunched and elongated. The arms hung past where its knees should have been, ending in fingers that seemed to have too many joints. The skin appeared to be sloughing off in places, revealing something dark underneath, not muscle or bone, but something else entirely. But the face. God help me, the face. Where eyes should have been were two black voids, completely empty, like holes punched through to some absolute darkness beyond. The mouth was stretched in a grin that extended from ear to ear. Literally, the lips pulled back to reveal teeth that were too numerous and too sharp. It wasn't smiling because it was happy. It was smiling because that was how its face was made, a permanent expression of malevolent joy. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching me with its absent eyes, grinning its impossible grin, absolutely motionless except for a slight swaying, as though caught in a breeze I couldn't feel. The engine caught with a roar. I slammed the truck into reverse, my foot punching the gas pedal to the floor. Gravel sprayed out from under the tires as I shot backward down the narrow drive. I couldn't stop staring at that thing in my mirror, half expecting it to charge after me, but it remained still, a nightmare statue at the forest's edge. Only when I reached the main road and threw the truck into drive, speeding away with the needle-pushing 70, did I finally tear my eyes away from the rearview mirror. My whole body was shaking. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. Tears I didn't remember crying had left tracks down my face. I drove straight home, not stopping even when I passed through town, not slowing until I pulled into our driveway. Dad was awake, sitting on the porch with a glass of water, looking better than he had that morning. His expression changed from relief to alarm when he saw my face. "What happened?" he asked, Standing up, the water forgotten. I couldn't answer at first. The words stuck in my throat, tangled up with the image of that thing's smile, with the memory of Dad's voice coming from the woods when Dad was miles away. "I'm never going back there," I finally managed to say. "Never." Dad didn't ask me to explain right then. He just nodded, helped me inside, and sat with me while I slowly stopped shaking. It's been 15 months. I haven't returned to that land, and I never will. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear my father's voice calling me from somewhere it shouldn't be, and I have to check Life 360 to make sure he's really where I last saw him. Sometimes, in my peripheral vision, I see something tall and wrong standing just at the edge of sight, always grinning, always watching. Whatever is in those woods, whatever walks beneath those old trees where men once died by the hundreds, it's still there, and it knows my name. It knows my father's voice. And if I ever went back, I don't think I would leave again. The land still belongs to our family, technically, but that thing owns it now. It was the first night of spring break in 2018, and I had made what seemed like a simple decision that would haunt me for months afterward. My father, Gregory, had suggested we take a camping trip to East Texas, just the two of us, like we used to do when I was younger. At 22, I thought I was too old for father-son bonding trips, but something about his insistence made me agree. Maybe it was the way his hands shook slightly when he asked, or how he'd been drinking more heavily since Mom left 6 months earlier. We loaded up his old pickup truck with our gear, a two-person tent that had seen better days, sleeping bags that smelled of mothballs and old campfires, and enough supplies for 3 days in the wilderness. I packed my machete, a graduation gift from my grandfather that I'd never actually used for anything more threatening than cutting rope. The weight of it against my hip gave me a false sense of security that I would desperately need later. The drive to the campsite took us deeper into East Texas than I'd ever been. The highway gradually narrowed to a 2-lane road, then to a gravel path that seemed to disappear into the thick pine forest. Gregory drove with the focused intensity of someone trying to outrun his thoughts, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. We barely spoke during the 3-hour journey, the silence filled only by the static-laden country music station and the occasional rattle of our supplies in the truck bed. When we finally reached the remote camping area, the sun was already sinking low behind the tree line. The spot Gregory had chosen was isolated. No other campers in sight, no facilities, just a small clearing surrounded by towering pines that seemed to lean inward like curious giants. The air smelled thick with pine sap and something else I couldn't identify, something earthy and slightly sweet that made my stomach turn. As we unloaded our gear, I noticed how quiet everything was. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but an oppressive silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. Even the wind barely stirred the pine needles above us, creating only the faintest whisper of sound. Gregory moved with jerky, nervous energy, setting up the tent with shaking hands that he tried to hide by working faster. "You feeling all right, Dad?" I asked as I watched him struggle with the tent poles. Fine," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. "Just tired from the drive." But it wasn't tiredness I saw in his face. It was something else, a tightness around his eyes, a way he kept glancing over his shoulder at the tray line. When he thought I wasn't looking, I caught him pulling a small flask from his jacket pocket and taking a quick swig. The smell of whiskey mixed with the forest air, creating a nauseating combination that would forever remind me of that night. We managed to get the tent up just as darkness fell with startling suddenness. The temperature dropped immediately, and I found myself pulling my jacket tighter around my shoulders. Gregory built a fire with practiced efficiency, the flames casting dancing shadows that seemed to move independently of the flickering light. We sat on opposite sides of the fire, eating cold sandwiches and saying little. The flames hypnotized me, and I found my eyelids growing heavy despite the early hour. Gregory had been drinking steadily since we'd arrived, and his speech was beginning to slur. He told rambling stories about his own father, about camping trips from his childhood, about things that had happened in these woods decades ago. His voice took on a strange quality in the firelight, sometimes too loud, sometimes dropping to an almost inaudible whisper. "You ever wonder what's really out there?" he asked suddenly, gesturing toward the dark forest beyond our small circle of light. I laughed nervously. "What do you mean?" "Nothing," he said quickly, taking another drink. "Nothing at all." We turned in early, around 9 o'clock, both exhausted from the day's travel and setup. The tent felt smaller than it had looked in the store, and Gregory's restless movements made the thin fabric walls shake with every turn. He'd brought his flask inside, and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming in the confined space. I lay on my side, trying to find a comfortable position on the uneven ground, listening to my father's increasingly labored breathing. For a while, the only sounds were the soft whistle of wind through pine needles and the occasional pop of settling wood in our dying fire. I was just beginning to drift off when Gregory suddenly sat bolt upright, his breathing sharp and panicked. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I listened carefully, but heard nothing beyond the normal forest sounds. "Hear what?" "Never mind," he said, but I could feel the tension radiating from his body. He lay back down, but I could tell he wasn't sleeping. His breathing remained shallow and quick, and every few minutes he would shift position or reach for his flask. I must have dozed off sometime after 11, because the next thing I remember was being jolted awake by a sound that shot through me like electricity. A dog was barking somewhere in the distance, not the happy bark of a pet at play, but the frantic, desperate barking of an animal in distress. The sound was raw and continuous, filled with a terror that made my heart pound. My phone's dim screen showed 12:30 a.m. The barking continued without pause, echoing through the forest with an intensity that seemed to drill into my skull. Alongside the noise, a crushing headache was building behind my eyes, starting as a dull throb and quickly escalating to a sharp, stabbing pain that made me nauseous. The dog's barking went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was complete and unnatural. No insects chirping, no owls hooting, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if every living thing in the forest had suddenly held its breath. I'd only been camping twice before, both times with organized groups and experienced guides. But even I knew that total silence in a forest meant danger. Predators move quietly, and their presence sends every other animal into hiding. My mouth went dry as I realized what this might mean. Gregory was snoring softly beside me, apparently unaffected by the oppressive quiet or my growing anxiety. The headache was getting worse, a sharp pain that seemed to pulse with my heartbeat. I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to relieve the pressure, but nothing helped. The pain was so intense that I began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Colors seemed to flash behind my closed eyelids, and I wondered if I was getting sick. I tried to wake Gregory, gently shaking his shoulder, but he just mumbled something incoherent and rolled away from me. The smell of alcohol on his breath was so strong it made me gag. I was truly alone with whatever was out there in the darkness, and the realization filled me with a creeping dread that settled into my bones like ice water. Just as I was beginning to convince myself that I was overreacting, a new sound shattered the silence. It started low and grew in volume and intensity, a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was part scream, part roar, part something else entirely. The closest I could come to describing it was like a mountain lion's cry mixed with a woman's scream and the terrified whinny of a horse, all blended together into something that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself. The horrible sound repeated 3 more times, each repetition lasting about 20 seconds. During the third occurrence, Gregory suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide and unfocused. For a moment he looked directly at me with an expression of pure terror, his mouth opening as if to speak. Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed onto his sleeping bag, unconscious. I reached out to check if he was breathing, my hands shaking violently. His pulse was strong but rapid, and he was mumbling incoherently in his unconscious state. The smell of alcohol seemed even stronger now, mixed with the sour scent of fierce sweat. I realized that his drinking had probably saved him from fully experiencing whatever was happening outside our tent. The unnatural crying stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving me in that terrible silence again. My headache had reached unbearable levels, and I found myself fighting waves of nausea. Every few minutes, sharp pains would shoot through my skull like lightning, leaving me gasping and disoriented. I wondered if something in the air or water was affecting me, some kind of toxin or poison that was causing hallucinations. I managed to doze fitfully for the next few hours, drifting in and out of a troubled sleep filled with fragmented nightmares. In my dreams, I was being hunted through the forest by something I couldn't see but could always hear, breathing heavily, breaking branches, getting closer and closer until I would jolt awake in a cold sweat. At 3:15 a.m., I was awakened again, this time by the sound of a rooster crowing in the distance. The sound was jarringly normal after the night's terrifying audio assault, but it seemed wrong somehow, too loud, too clear, too close for a rooster to be in the middle of this wilderness. The crowing continued for several minutes, each call echoing through the forest with unnatural clarity. The headache was now so severe that I could barely think straight. The pain seemed to be affecting my vision, creating strange shadows and movements in my peripheral vision that disappeared when I tried to focus on them. I fumbled through my backpack, desperately searching for the bottle of pain medication I'd packed. As I was digging through my supplies, trying to find relief for the crushing pain in my head, another sound began. At first it seemed normal, the braying of a donkey, which, while unusual in this location, wasn't impossible. Farmers sometimes let their animals graze in remote areas, but as the sound continued, it began to change in ways that made my skin crawl. The braying grew deeper and more guttural, transforming into something that sounded like a heavy smoker gasping for breath through damaged lungs. The sound was wet and labored, punctuated by horrible gurgling noises that suggested something was terribly wrong with whatever was making them. Between the gasping breaths, I could hear what sounded like choking or retching. The combination of the escalating pain in my head and these increasingly disturbing sounds was pushing me toward a breaking point. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, unable to trust my own senses or distinguish between what was real and what might be hallucinations brought on by the severe headache and stress. Gregory remained unconscious beside me, his breathing shallow but steady. Part of me envied his alcohol-induced escape from whatever nightmare we'd stumbled into. I considered trying to wake him again, but his earlier reaction had scared me almost as much as the sounds outside. Finally, I couldn't stand being trapped in the tent any longer. The walls seemed to be closing in on me, and the air felt thick and suffocating. I needed to move, to do something active rather than lie there helplessly listening to sounds that shouldn't exist. I also desperately needed to find that pain medication before my head exploded. Against every instinct screaming at me to stay hidden, I unzipped the tent and crawled outside into the night air. The first thing I noticed was the rain. Not the clean, fresh rain of a normal spring storm, but a thick, greasy drizzle that seemed to coat everything it touched. The droplets felt wrong against my skin, leaving a metallic taste in the air that reminded me of blood. The smell was nauseating, and I had to fight back the urge to vomit. I stumbled away from the tent, my legs shaky and unsteady from the pain and stress. The nearly full moon provided enough light to see clearly, casting everything in stark black and white. I found a tree at the edge of our campsite and relieved myself, trying to stay as quiet as possible while the strange rain continued to fall around me. As I was finishing, I heard rustling in the bushes about 30 feet away, coming from the direction where I'd heard the gasping, choking sounds. The noise was deliberate and heavy, like something large moving through the undergrowth without any attempt at stealth. My blood seemed to freeze in my veins as I slowly turned toward the sound. Near the base of a large pine tree, I could see something pale against the dark forest floor. At first, I thought it might be a piece of trash or camping equipment left by previous visitors. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was organic, what looked like chunks of raw, rotting meat scattered on the ground. The smell hit me then, a putrid stench of decay that made my stomach lurch violently. Then something emerged from the bushes. My first thought was that it was a person, someone who might be hurt or lost, but as it came into the moonlight, I could see that something was terribly wrong. The figure was unnaturally pale, almost gray in the moonlight, and moved with a pronounced limp that suggested serious injury. Its posture was wrong too, bent forward at an impossible angle, as if its spine had been damaged. I stood frozen, afraid to move or breathe, hoping desperately that it wouldn't notice me. The figure seemed completely focused on the rotting meat on the ground, moving toward it with single-minded determination. When it reached the carrion, it bent down, not crouching like a normal person would, but folding in half like a broken doll. What I witnessed next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The figure began eating the rotting meat with desperate animal hunger. I could hear the wet sounds of tearing flesh and the horrible slurping noises of someone or something consuming something that should never be eaten. The sounds were amplified in the night air, each disgusting detail crystal clear in the silence. I remained motionless, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard. The intense headache made it difficult to focus, and I began to wonder if what I was seeing was real or some kind of pain-induced hallucination. The metallic rain continued to fall, creating small rivulets that caught the moonlight and looked disturbingly like flowing blood. After what felt like an eternity, the figure finished its gruesome meal and slowly straightened up. For a terrifying moment, I thought it might turn in my direction, but instead it limped back toward the bushes from which it had emerged. I watched as it disappeared into the dark forest, leaving me alone with the overwhelming stench of decay and the horrible memory of what I'd witnessed. I stood there for several more minutes, trembling uncontrollably, before my legs finally gave out and I collapsed to my knees in the muddy campsite. The reality of what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, crashed over me like a wave. Was it a person suffering from some horrible disease? A homeless individual driven to desperate measures by starvation? Or had the pain and stress of the night caused me to hallucinate the entire encounter? The headache was beginning to subside slightly, but the nausea was getting worse. I crawled back to the tent and fumbled through my pack until I found the pain medication. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely open the bottle, and I had to use my teeth to get the cap off. As I dry swallowed 3 tablets, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The dog's frantic barking, the unnatural sounds, the figure eating carrion in the moonlight. Were they all connected? Different manifestations of the same thing? Or were they separate events that my stressed mind had woven together into a coherent but false narrative? I crawled back into the tent and lay down beside Gregory, who was still unconscious and reeking of alcohol. For the rest of the night I lay awake, jumping at every sound, trying to distinguish between reality and the lingering effects of whatever had caused my severe headache and apparent hallucinations. When dawn finally broke, I discovered that Gregory had no memory of the night's events. He woke up hungover and confused, complaining about strange dreams but unable to remember any details. We broke camp quickly and drove home in near silence, both lost in our own thoughts. In the months that followed, I've tried to research what might have caused my experiences that night. Severe dehydration, altitude sickness, toxic plants, contaminated water, any number of factors could have contributed to hallucinations and auditory disturbances. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that what I saw and heard was real. I've never told anyone the complete story until now. Gregory died 6 months later, liver failure from his drinking, and took any potential corroboration with him to the grave. Sometimes I wonder if he saw or heard things that night too, things that drove him even deeper into the bottle during his final months. I still have nightmares about that pale figure bent over the carrion, about the sounds that seemed to come from something not quite human. Whether real or imagined, those images are burned into my memory forever. I've never been camping since, and I doubt I ever will again. If anyone reading this has had similar experiences in East Texas or elsewhere, I'd be grateful to hear from you. I need to know whether I'm losing my mind, or whether there are things in this world that can't be easily explained by science and reason. Either answer would be better than this uncertainty that haunts me every day. All I know for certain is that some experiences change you forever, regardless of whether they're real or not. That night in the East Texas forest changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand, and sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, I can still hear those sounds echoing in my memory, reminding me that there are mysteries in this world that may be better left unsolved. The Anishinaabe have stories of things that dwell in the deep woods, creatures born from darkness, that prey on those who wander too far from safety. For most of my life, I dismissed these tales as lessons wrapped in myth, meant to keep children close to home. My name is Gabriel Noden, and I'm about to tell you why I no longer doubt the old stories. It was 1998, and I found myself just outside Black Creek, a tiny town in the thick woods of northern Ontario, right where civilization tips into the wild. I'm Ojibwe, raised in the traditions of my people, but I wouldn't call myself deeply traditional. I mean, I've spent most of my life driving trucks and working construction gigs, but I've always respected the land and the stories my father used to tell, especially about things that lurked in the deep woods. I was there on a job. My cousin Eli asked me to check out a hunting cabin his family owned, one they'd rented out to a group of tourists who hadn't left it in the best shape. Said he'd pay me cash to clean it up and make sure it was safe for the next folks coming in. Easy work, or so I thought. Should only take you a day, maybe two, Eli had said, handing me the keys. Those city folk were messy, but nothing you can't handle. The morning was cold, mist clinging to the ground as I drove down the logging road. My truck bounced over potholes and ruts, the radio cutting in and out until I finally switched it off. The silence that followed seemed to press against the windows like a living thing. The cabin sat a good 3 miles off the main road, deep in a forest that was old and dense, with towering pine trees that blocked out most of the daylight even when the sun was high. I parked my truck at the end of the dirt path, grabbed my bag of supplies, and started walking the trail that twisted and turned through the trees, feeling the quiet press down around me. The air had that heavy, mossy smell that always told you there were things living out there. Things you might never see, but you knew were there all the same. Birds called overhead, their voices seeming to echo in the stillness. Occasionally something would rustle in the underbrush, darting away before I could catch sight of it. Now, Eli had warned me that the cabin was in rough shape. I expected some mess, maybe a few critters scurrying around. What I didn't expect was to find the door ajar, swinging on one busted hinge. That wasn't the work of a raccoon or some sloppy tourist. And it sure didn't help when I noticed the scratches on the doorframe, long, deep gouges that had ripped right into the wood. These weren't made by any animal I recognized too high up for a bear unless it was standing, too deep and wide for anything smaller. I hesitated at the threshold, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. Something felt wrong. Not just the door, but the entire atmosphere around the cabin seemed tainted somehow. The birds had gone quiet, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. "Hello?" I called out, though I wasn't sure why. No one should have been there. "Anyone inside?" Silence answered me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The cabin's interior was a single large room with a small kitchenette in one corner and a bathroom off to the side. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall, and a wooden staircase led to a loft where the beds were located, or at least where they should have been. Inside, the place was trashed, furniture overturned, food strewn across the floor, and something that looked like a torn blanket shredded and half-stuffed into a corner. Claw marks scored the wooden walls, some reaching as high as 8 feet. The table had been flipped, one leg splintered as if something had stomped on it. Glass from broken windows glittered on the floor, catching what little light filtered through the trees. I muttered a few choice words and got to work, thinking the worst thing here was going to be a busted door and maybe a critter hiding under the bed. But then I heard it, a sound low and far off, something that didn't belong to any animal I could name. It was almost like laughter, but deeper, wetter somehow, as if coming from a throat not meant for human sounds. I froze, straining to hear it again. but there was nothing but the soft creak of the cabin settling and the distant rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe a distant bear, and went back to cleaning, trying not to think about those scratches on the door. The hours dragged on, and that feeling, the sense of something watching, got heavier. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end more than once, and I kept glancing out the windows, certain I'd catch sight of eyes staring back at me. But there was never anything there, just the dark trees and the deepening shadows as afternoon stretched toward evening. I finally stopped and looked around, really looked. In the quiet, I noticed small things I'd missed before. A few long, thick black hairs caught on the edge of the table, too coarse for human hair, too long and thick for any animal native to these woods. A clump of dirt or something worse tracked in across the floor. Dark, almost black, with a foul smell that made my stomach turn, and a smell faint but sharp like rotten meat hanging in the air. The tourists hadn't left this mess. Whatever had done this was something else entirely. I retrieved my hunting knife from my bag, feeling slightly more secure with the weight of it in my hand. The rational part of my brain told me to leave, to head back to my truck and tell Eli the cabin needed more than a simple cleanup. But curiosity, and maybe a touch of stubborn pride, kept me there. The scratches bothered me most. I ran my fingers over one set, feeling the depth of them and the solid oak. Whatever had made these had strength beyond anything I'd encountered before. I thought of the stories my grandmother used to tell, of the Wendigo and the other dark things that haunted the forests, stories I had dismissed as mere superstition. Now, standing in that broken cabin with evening approaching, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. I decided to check outside before the light faded completely. Maybe there would be tracks, something to explain what kind of animal had done this. I stepped out onto the small porch, the wooden boards creaking beneath my feet. The forest had grown quieter, if possible. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush, just a heavy stillness that seemed to watch my every move. And that's when I saw them, the tracks leading away from the cabin and into the depths of the forest. They were strange, too large to be any animal I'd seen in these parts. The prints were wide with deep marks as if whatever it was had claws, big ones. Some resembled a bear's paw but distorted, elongated in ways that made no sense. Others looked almost human but too large. The toes ended in points where claws would be. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. A warning as old as humanity itself. Danger is near. A smart man would have left right then, gone back to town and told Eli to deal with it. But there was a part of me that had to know what was out there. The part that still carried the blood of hunters and warriors. The part that couldn't leave a mystery unsolved. With the sun beginning to sink below the tree line, casting long shadows through the forest, I made my decision. I grabbed my flashlight from my bag and, knife clutched firmly in my other hand, began to follow the tracks into the darkening woods. As I followed the trail into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the dense canopy of pine needles above. My flashlight carved a weak path through the gathering shadows, barely illuminating the strange tracks I followed. Each step I took felt heavier than the last, as if the forest itself was trying to slow my progress, to warn me away. I noticed other signs of passage. Broken branches hung at odd angles, snapped by something too tall or too careless to duck under them. Bark had been stripped from several trees, not in the way bears sometimes do, but in long vertical strips that exposed the pale flesh beneath. And most disturbing of all, claw marks scored the trunks at heights that would require something to stand 7 or 8 feet tall. The tracks led me deeper into the forest, away from any paths or trails, into areas where the trees grew so close together I had to turn sideways to slip between them. The ground grew soggy, my boots sinking slightly with each step. A stream must have been nearby, though I couldn't hear running water over the sound of my own breathing and the occasional crack of twigs beneath my feet. My father's voice echoed in my memory. The forest will tell you when something dangerous is near. The birds stop singing. The insects fall silent. Even the wind holds its breath. When that happens, you be ready. The forest was silent now. No crickets chirped, no owls called. Just the soft sound of my movement and the distant creak of branches swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel down here on the forest floor. Then, a few hundred yards out, I came across a pile of bones. They weren't arranged neatly, nothing ritualistic, just dumped, scattered. Deer, maybe a few small animals too, all picked clean and left in a heap, a feeding ground. The whites of the bones stood out starkly against the dark forest floor, some still wet with something that glistened in my flashlight beam. My stomach turned. Whatever had made those tracks was a hunter, and a hungry one at that. I crouched down, examining the remains more closely. Many of the bones showed signs of being crushed, the marrow extracted. Others bore teeth marks unlike any I'd seen before, too large for a wolf, too sharp for a bear. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, a scream cut through the silence. High-pitched, human, filled with a terror so profound it made my blood run cold. It came from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the forest, and it ended as abruptly as it had begun, cut off in a way that suggested nothing good. I should have turned back then. Every instinct told me to run, to leave whatever horror lay ahead to its fate. But I couldn't. Someone was out there, someone who might still need help. My heart pounding, I ran toward the source of the scream, trying to move quietly but knowing speed was more important now. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect among the trees. Branches whipped at my face and arms, but I barely felt them, driven forward by a mixture of fear and duty. And there, sprawled on the ground in a small clearing, was a body, a man, or what was left of him. His chest was torn open, his limbs bent in ways they shouldn't have been. His face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, eyes wide and staring at something I couldn't see. I knelt down, not sure what I was hoping to find. Maybe a sign that this was some twisted prank, that the man was actually a mannequin, an elaborate setup left by the tourists to scare the next visitors. But the warmth still lingering in his skin told me otherwise. This had happened minutes ago, perhaps seconds. He wore hiking clothes, expensive ones. Probably a tourist who'd wandered too far from the marked trails. A camera lay shattered nearby, the lens cracked and the memory card missing. Something had deliberately destroyed it, as if it didn't want its image captured. That's when I heard a low, wet crunch, like bone snapping under a heavy weight. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam trembling slightly in my grip, and saw it. The thing was crouched just a few yards away, its body hunched and misshapen, covered in coarse matted fur that seemed almost oily under the thin moonlight filtering through the trees. It looked like a bear but larger, its limbs too long, ending in hands, not paws but hands, tipped with claws that were dripping with something dark and thick. I froze, hoping it hadn't seen me, but its head snapped up, nostrils flaring as it caught my scent. Its face was wrong. Not animal, not really. It was wrong in a way I couldn't put into words, like something half-formed, a twisted mockery of a human face, with a jaw that hung open, revealing rows of jagged teeth that didn't fit together properly, some jutting outward, others curving back into the gums. Its eyes were the worst part. They were too intelligent, too aware, not the eyes of a beast hunting prey, but something that understood exactly what it was doing, something that enjoyed the fear it caused. The thing let out a noise, almost a laugh, but twisted, like it was mocking me, and then it started toward me, each step slow and deliberate, like it knew I was already cornered. I took a step back, hand instinctively reaching for my knife, though I knew damn well it wouldn't do me much good against something like this. It was at least 8 feet tall, its back hunched as if it had once walked on all fours but had learned, imperfectly, to stand. Its arms nearly brushed the ground, ending in those terrible human-like hands with claws that seemed to lengthen as I watched. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and for a second, my mind went blank. Then instincts kicked in. I turned and bolted. I ran, branches whipping against my face, tripping over roots and rocks as I barreled through the trees. Behind me, I could hear it, crashing through the underbrush, a relentless weight that seemed to know no fatigue. The creature moved differently than I did, less running, more loping, covering ground in huge strides that ate up the distance between us. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, offering only occasional glimpses of what lay ahead. More than once I nearly ran headlong into a tree, swerving at the last second, my shoulder scraping against rough bark. My breath came in ragged gasps, burning in my lungs as I pushed myself harder than I had in years. The worst part was the sounds it made as it pursued me, not just the crash of underbrush or the snap of branches, but a wet, gurgling chuckle that rose and fell like it was enjoying the chase. It was toying with me, I was certain of it. The thing could have caught me already if it wanted to. It was playing, savoring my fear like an appetizer before the main course. I stumbled out into a clearing, breathing hard, my mind racing for a way out. The moonlight was stronger here, casting everything in a pale silvery light that made the shadows at the edges seem even darker by comparison. I spun around, trying to get my bearings, to figure out which direction would lead me back to the cabin, back to my truck. To my left, I spotted an old trapper's cabin, half buried in the brush. It was smaller than Eli's place, probably abandoned decades ago, its log walls sagging and roof partially caved in. But it was shelter, something with walls between me and the thing in the forest. I sprinted toward it, throwing myself through the door and slamming it shut behind me. The place was barely standing, but it was all I had. I pressed my back against the door, feeling it shake as the creature slammed into it from the outside, claws scraping against the wood, tearing splinters from the frame. The cabin was a single room, dusty and cobwebbed. What little furniture remained had long since rotted, collapsed into piles of moldering wood. The stone fireplace was intact, though, its chimney still reaching up through the sagging roof. Moonlight filtered through holes in the ceiling, casting pools of silver light amid the shadows. I backed away from the door, scanning the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. There was a rusty hatchet lying by the fireplace and a few old traps scattered around, but nothing that would do much against something that big, that powerful. The thing pounded on the door again, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. The entire cabin shook with each impact, dust raining down from the rafters. I grabbed the hatchet, my hands slick with sweat, and waited. If it broke through, I'd have one chance, maybe two. My mind went back to the stories my father told. Tales of creatures that haunted the woods, things that had no name, that hunted for the sheer joy of it. He spoke of the Wendigo, of course the cannibal spirit that was never satisfied, but also of other things, older things that had been in these forests since before humans arrived. If you ever meet such a thing, he'd told me once, don't look in its eyes. That's how they steal your courage. And don't run straight. They're faster than any man. Run in circles, double back, confuse it. These things are strong but not always clever. The door buckled, wood splintering around the rusted hinges. I moved deeper into the cabin, positioning myself near the fireplace where I'd have room to swing the hatchet. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. With a final crash, the door splintered, the creature forcing its way inside. It loomed in the doorway, too big for the opening, its frame filling the entrance as its twisted, misshapen face grinned down at me. In the moonlight filtering through the broken roof, I could see it clearly for the first time. It wasn't just its face that was wrong. Its entire body was a horrible mixture of bear and human, as if someone had tried to merge the two and failed terribly. Its torso was barrel-shaped, covered in that oily fur, but its limbs were disproportionately long. Its back legs bent the wrong way, like a man trying to walk on the joints of his feet. And those hands, they were almost human but with too many joints in the fingers, each ending in a claw, as long as my knife. I raised the hatchet, swinging wildly as it lunged. The blade sank into its arm, but it barely flinched, reaching out with one massive claw and swatting me across the room like I was nothing more than an annoying insect. I hit the wall hard, the breath knocked out of me, vision blurring as I struggled to get up. The hatchet had fallen from my grip, landing somewhere in the shadows. I was defenseless now, cornered like prey. It stalked toward me, slow and deliberate, savoring the moment. Its mouth hung open, drool mixed with blood dripping from those misaligned teeth. It made that sound again, that horrible wet chuckle, as if my terror was the most amusing thing it had experienced in a long time. I scrambled backward, my hand hitting something cold and solid, the metal of an old bear trap hidden among the debris. I fumbled with it, hands shaking, and managed to pry it open just as the creature reached me. It bent down, its face inches from mine, breath hot and reeking of rotting meat. I could see my own reflection in its two intelligent eyes, see the fear that it was feeding on. It reached for me, those terrible clawed fingers splayed wide. I held the trap in front of me, bracing it against the floor, and as it lunged, I jammed it into its neck. The trap snapped shut with a sickening crunch, and the creature let out a noise, a horrible, strangled cry as it thrashed, trying to pull the metal teeth from its flesh. Black blood spurted from between the jaws of the trap, splattering across my face and chest, burning where it touched my skin. I didn't wait to see if it would work for long. I stumbled to my feet, half crawling, half running out of the cabin, leaving it writhing and clawing at the trap. The sounds it made followed me, not pain exactly, but rage, a promise that this wasn't over. Outside, I ran blindly, no longer caring about direction, just needing to put distance between myself and that thing. The forest blurred around me, trees becoming nothing more than obstacles to avoid. My lungs burned, my legs threatened to give out, but fear kept me moving. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran until the trees thinned and I could see the faint outline of my truck through the underbrush. I practically fell into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the darkness. I threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. As I turned to head back down the logging road, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the forest, a dark shape, hunched and massive, watching me go. The bear trap was gone from its neck, though a darker patch of fur suggested where it had been. It didn't pursue, just stood there, a silhouette against the darker woods, watching, waiting, as if it knew something I didn't. By the time I got back to Black Creek, I was a mess, covered in dirt, scratches, and what I hoped was only my own blood. The creature's black ichor had left small burn marks on my skin, like acid eating into flesh. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and my mind kept replaying what I'd seen, the body in the forest, the thing that had killed him. I stumbled into Eli's place, barely able to get the words out. He took one look at me and guided me to a chair, concern etched on his face. "Jesus, Gabe, what happened to you?" he asked, grabbing a first aid kit from under the sink. "You look like you went 10 rounds with a grizzly. Something in the woods," I managed, my voice hoarse from screaming and running. "Not a bear, not natural." Eli didn't ask questions, just handed me a drink and waited as I caught my breath. The whiskey burned going down, but it helped steady my nerves. Slowly, with many pauses, I told him what I'd seen: the destroyed cabin, the tracks, the pile of bones, the dead hiker, and finally, the creature itself. I expected disbelief, maybe even laughter, but Eli's face grew increasingly grave as I spoke. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment, staring into his own glass. "You're not the first," he finally said, his voice low. "There've been stories around here for years. People gone missing in those woods, cabins found destroyed. Most folks blame bears, or wolves, or even other people, but the old-timers, especially the Ojibwe elders, they say it's something else." "What do they call it?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know, as if naming the thing would somehow make it more real. "Depends who you ask," Eli said, refilling my glass. "Some say it's a wendigo, others call it Manitou Gijikins, the little cedar spirit, though there's nothing little about what you described. The elders at the reservation have other names for it, older ones they don't share easily." He got up, moving to a bookshelf filled with worn paperbacks and a few hardcovers. He pulled out an old leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. "This was my grandfather's," he said, setting it on the table between us. He wrote down the stories and warnings passed down through generations, things most people have forgotten or choose not to believe anymore. I opened the journal with trembling hands. Inside were meticulous notes, drawings, and accounts of encounters with things that shouldn't exist. And there, on a page marked with a red ribbon, was a sketch that made my blood run cold. A hulking figure, half bear, half human, with 2 long limbs and claws like knives. It matched what I'd seen almost exactly. My grandfather called it the Mishabiziwa, Eli said, pronouncing the word carefully. Not quite the water panther from the old legends, but something related. Something that's been in these woods for centuries, feeding on fear as much as flesh. We need to go back, I said, surprising myself. There's a dead man out there and that thing. It's wounded, but it's still out there. Eli nodded slowly. We'll need help, he said, and weapons. I know a few men who won't think we're crazy, or at least not too crazy. The next morning dawned gray and misty, the clouds hanging low over the trees. I'd barely slept, plagued by nightmares where I was running through endless woods, the creature always just behind me, its wet chuckle following me even in dreams. Eli had gathered 3 others, his brother Marcus, an older man named Jim who'd been a game warden before retiring, and a younger guy called Ryan who worked as a guide for tourists wanting to hunt in the area. All carried rifles, and Jim had a shotgun strapped across his back. I had borrowed a rifle from Eli, though my weapon of choice remained the heavy hunting knife at my belt. We find the body first, Eli told the group as we piled into 2 trucks. Then we decide what to do about whatever's out there. The drive to the cabin was tense, no one speaking much. I directed them to where I'd parked the day before, and we hiked the rest of the way in, moving in a tight group, everyone scanning the trees nervously. Eli's cabin looked even worse in the daylight. The door hung from a single hinge, the windows were shattered, and those claw marks in the wood seemed deeper, more deliberate than I remembered. The inside was as I'd left it, furniture destroyed, belongings scattered, that lingering smell of rot hanging in the air. Christ, Marcus muttered, running his hand over the claw marks. What could do this? Something big, Jim said, examining the tracks outside. These aren't bear prints, not exactly. We followed the trail I'd taken the day before, deeper into the forest. The going was slower with 5 of us, but I was grateful for the company, for the reassuring weight of the rifles in everyone's hands. The forest seemed quieter than usual, the normal sounds of birds and small animals muted, as if everything was holding its breath. Here, I said, stopping at the pile of bones I'd found. This is where I started to realize something was very wrong. Jim crouched down, examining the remains with a professional eye. These aren't just broken, he said, picking up a deer femur. They've been processed, methodically, almost like someone was harvesting them. We pushed on, following my directions toward where I'd found the dead hiker. But when we reached the small clearing, there was nothing there. No body, no blood, not even the broken camera I'd seen. You're sure this is the place? Ryan asked, skeptical for the first time since we'd set out. Positive, I said, looking around in confusion. He was right here, torn open, just like. I trailed off, a horrible realization dawning. I spun around, scanning the forest floor more carefully. There, a drag mark, partially obscured by leaves but still visible if you knew what to look for. Something had moved the body. It took him, I said quietly. The creature. It came back for him. We followed the drag marks, which led deeper into the forest, away from any trails or paths. The trees grew thicker here, old growth that had never been logged, their massive trunks creating a cathedral-like space beneath their canopy. The ground grew soggy beneath our feet, the air heavy with moisture. The drag marks ended at a cave entrance, half hidden by a fall of rocks and overgrown with moss and ferns. It was small, barely large enough for a man to enter without stooping. But the soil around it was trampled, and those same strange tracks covered the ground. A den, Jim said, unnecessarily. We all knew what we were looking at. I stepped forward, but Eli put a hand on my shoulder, stopping me. We don't go in there, he said firmly. Not without more men, more firepower. Part of me wanted to argue, to insist we finish this now. But another part, the part that remembered those intelligent eyes and that terrible strength, was relieved at the excuse to delay another confrontation. We marked the location, intending to return to town and gather a larger party. But as we turned to leave, a low growl emanated from the cave, stopping us in our tracks. It was answered by another, similar sound from deeper in the woods behind us. "There's more than one," Ryan whispered, his face pale. "Move," Eli said, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Back to the cabin, now." We didn't run. Running would trigger the predator instinct. But we moved quickly, weapons ready, backs to each other as we retreated. The growls followed us, sometimes from the left, sometimes from the right, as if the creatures were pacing us, hurting us. What we found was worse than anything I could have imagined. The cabin was torn apart, blood smeared across the walls, and deep in the corner we found the trap. But it was empty, twisted, and broken. There were no bodies, no bones, just signs of something that had been there and left, something angry. "It followed you back," Marcus said, examining the destruction. "It wanted you to know it could find you." We didn't stay long, none of us wanting to linger. As we headed back to the trucks, I caught a glimpse of something in the trees, a dark shape slipping between the trunks, watching us with that same twisted grin I'd seen the night before. I raised my rifle, but by the time I had it aimed, the shape was gone, leaving only swaying branches in its wake. Back in Black Creek, we gathered at Eli's place to plan our next move. Word had spread quickly. In a town that small, it was impossible to keep secrets. By evening, a dozen men had joined us, some out of curiosity, others out of a genuine desire to help, all armed and all looking to me for guidance I wasn't sure I could provide. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," I said, looking around the room at their expectant faces. "Before we go charging in there, we need to know what these things are and how to fight them." Jim nodded in agreement. "Gabriel's right. We're not equipped for this. We need experts, maybe even the authorities." But the mention of authorities was met with skepticism. The provincial police wouldn't take reports of monsters in the woods seriously, and by the time they investigated, more people could die. And experts? Who would qualify as an expert on creatures that weren't supposed to exist? That's when old Joseph spoke up. He was an Ojibwe elder who lived on the outskirts of town, rarely coming in except for supplies. He was in his 80s at least, his face deeply lined, his eyes sharp and knowing. "I've been listening to your story, Gabriel Noden," he said, his voice soft but carrying weight. "What you describe I have heard of before. My grandfather spoke of such things, and his grandfather before him." The room fell silent, everyone turning to the old man. He rarely spoke at gatherings, and when he did, people listened. "They are old, these creatures," Joseph continued. "They were here before us, before the Europeans. Some say they are the children of Mishibizui, the great underwater panther, but others believe they are something else entirely, something that crawled out of the cracks in the world in the time before names." "How do we kill them?" someone asked from the back of the room. Joseph's expression grew grave. "You don't. Not easily. They are not just flesh. They are something in between. Part spirit, part beast. They can be wounded, yes, even driven away for a time, but killing them, that requires more than bullets." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch, placing it on the table. "These herbs burned at the entrance to their den will drive them out, and this," he pulled a small bone knife from his belt, its handle wrapped in faded red cloth. "If it pierces their heart, will end them." I looked at the tiny knife skeptically. It seemed too small, too fragile to be effective against creatures of such size and strength. "I know what you're thinking," Joseph said, catching my expression. "But it's not the size of the weapon that matters, it's what it's made from. This was carved from the leg bone of a Wendigo that my great-grandfather killed. It has power against creatures like these. That's what you need." The plan we formed was simple, perhaps too simple. We would return to the cave at dawn when the creatures might be sluggish from feeding and less likely to be wandering the forest. Joseph would burn the herbs to drive them out, and I, armed with the bone knife, would attempt to kill at least one of them. The others would provide cover with their firearms, keeping the creatures at bay if there were indeed multiple ones. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat on the porch of Eli's guest cabin, watching the tree line, certain I could see movement in the shadows between the trunks. The bone knife sat heavy in my hand, surprisingly warm to the touch despite the cool night air. Old Joseph had spoken to me privately after the meeting, his eyes grave. "These creatures, they remember," he'd said. "The one you wounded with the trap, it will remember you. It will want revenge." Dawn came reluctantly, the sky lightening to a dull gray rather than the vibrant colors of a true sunrise. The mist hung low among the trees as our convoy of trucks made its way back to the edge of the forest. There were 15 of us now, armed with a mixture of hunting rifles, shotguns, and in a few cases, the traditional weapons of our ancestors, spears and bows that had been passed down through generations. We moved through the forest in tight formation, everyone on high alert. The woods seemed even quieter than before, if that was possible. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. The cave entrance looked different in the early morning light, darker somehow, more forbidding. The strange tracks around it were fresher, some still damp with morning dew, indicating the creatures had been in and out during the night. Joseph stepped forward, the pouch of herbs in one hand, a small clay bowl in the other. He knelt at the cave entrance, placing the bowl on a flat stone and emptying the herbs into it. With practiced movements, he struck a match and touched it to the mixture. Smoke rose immediately, thick and pungent, with an odor I can only describe as ancient, like wet earth and lightning and something metallic beneath it all. Joseph began to chant softly, words in Ojibwe that I couldn't quite catch, his voice rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed to make the smoke coil and twist with purpose. The effect was almost immediate. From deep within the cave came a sound, not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but something in between, filled with rage and pain. The ground seemed to vibrate with it, small stones bouncing on the earth. "Get ready," Eli murmured, raising his rifle. Around me, I heard the clicks of safety catches being released, the creak of bowstrings being drawn back. Joseph continued his chant, unperturbed by the growing sounds from within the cave. The smoke poured inward now, as if being sucked into the darkness by something unseen, and then it emerged. It burst from the cave entrance with such speed that several men stumbled backward in surprise. It was the same creature I had encountered, or at least it was similar. In the gray morning light, its features were even more disturbing. Its fur was patchy, revealing gray-black skin beneath, slick with something that might have been sweat or blood. Its face was contorted in a grimace of rage, those misaligned teeth bared in a snarl that was almost human in its hatred. It spotted me immediately, those two intelligent eyes fixing on mine with recognition. It remembered. Just as Joseph had warned, it remembered me. Gunfire erupted around me, the sound deafening in the morning stillness. The creature jerked as bullets struck it, but it didn't fall. It staggered slightly, black blood oozing from a dozen wounds. But its advance didn't slow. I gripped the bone knife tighter, stepping forward despite every instinct screaming at me to run. The creature's attention was entirely on me now, ignoring the others as if they were inconsequential. More shapes emerged from the cave behind it. 2 more creatures, similar but smaller, perhaps younger. They spread out, flanking their larger companion, their movements coordinated in a way that spoke of intelligence far beyond that of normal animals. The largest creature, the one I'd wounded before, lunged at me. I dove to the side, rolling across the damp ground and coming up on one knee. It was faster than I'd expected, already turning to face me again, those terrible clawed hands reaching. I slashed with the knife, feeling it connect with something solid. The creature howled, a sound that seemed to shake the trees themselves. Black blood spurted from a wound in its forearm, sizzling where it hit the ground like acid eating into the earth. Around us, chaos reigned. The smaller creatures attacked the others, moving with terrifying speed despite their size. I heard screams, gunshots, the twang of bowstrings, But I couldn't look, couldn't take my eyes off the beast in front of me. It circled me warily now, those eyes calculating. It had learned caution from our previous encounter. It feinted left, then struck from the right, a massive paw swiping at my head. I ducked, feeling the air displacement as claws passed inches above me. My counter-strike was instinctive, driving upward with the bone knife. It sank into the creature's chest, just below where a heart would be in a human or normal animal. The thing screamed again, a sound that seemed to contain words almost, a language just beyond understanding. But it didn't fall. Instead, it reached down, grabbing my arm with those terrible hands, claws piercing my jacket and the flesh beneath. Pain lanced through me, hot and immediate. I could feel my bones grinding together under its grip. With a desperate effort, I twisted the knife, driving it deeper, angling up toward where I hoped its heart might be. The creature's grip tightened further, and I felt something in my arm snap. The pain was blinding, but I didn't let go of the knife, couldn't let go. The thing's face was inches from mine now, that mouth gaping wide, teeth ready to tear into my face. Its breath was fetid, reeking of decay and old blood. I could see my reflection in its eyes, distorted and small, a thing to be consumed and forgotten. In that moment, the stories my father had told me flickered through my mind. Not just the tales of monsters, but of heroes, of Ojibwe warriors who had faced darkness and prevailed. I was not just Gabriel Noden, construction worker and truck driver. I was the descendant of hunters and shamans, people who had lived in these forests for thousands of years. With the last of my strength, I thrust the knife upward, putting my weight behind it. The bone blade sank deeper, and something gave way. A resistance suddenly yielding. The creature went rigid, its grip on my arm loosening slightly. A change came over its face, something like surprise, perhaps even fear. Its eyes, those terrible knowing eyes, widened. It released me, staggering backward, the bone knife protruding from its chest like a small flag. It tried to speak, a gargled sound that might have been words in a language no human had spoken for millennia. And then it fell, crashing to the forest floor with an impact that shook the ground. The other creatures froze, their attacks on my companions halting abruptly. As one, they turned to look at their fallen leader, making those strange gurgling sounds to each other. Then, without warning, they fled, moving with that same unnatural speed back into the cave, disappearing into the darkness. The forest was suddenly quiet, the echo of gunfire fading among the trees. I collapsed to my knees beside the fallen creature, clutching my broken arm, watching as the thing's chest rose and fell in labored breaths. It wasn't dead. Not yet, but it was dying. Joseph appeared beside me, his face solemn as he looked down at the creature. "You've done well," he said quietly. "Few have ever managed what you've done today." The creature's eyes found mine one last time, and in them I saw not just intelligence but something like recognition, not of me specifically, but of what I represented, humanity. The newcomers to these ancient woods, the usurpers of territories that had once belonged to things far older than us. Its breathing slowed, then stopped altogether. The body began to change, the fur becoming brittle and falling away, the flesh beneath turning gray, then black, then crumbling like ancient parchment. Within minutes, all that remained was a dark stain on the forest floor and the bone knife lying untouched amid the remains. We gathered our wounded. 3 men had been badly hurt, but miraculously none killed, and retreated from the cave. No one suggested pursuing the remaining creatures. We had won a victory but not a war, and everyone knew it. As we headed back toward town, I caught a glimpse of something in the trees, a dark shape slipping between the trunks, watching us with eyes I could feel rather than see. They say it's something old, something left over from when the world was wild and dangerous. They call it Mishapeshu, the water panther, though I've never seen one described quite like that in any of the stories. But whatever it was, I'm certain of one thing. It's still out there, lurking in the woods around Black Creek, waiting for the next poor soul to wander too far into its domain. And it remembers me, just as I remember it. Our paths will cross again one day. I'm sure of it. Some nights when the wind blows from the north, carrying the scent of pine and moss, I imagine I can hear that wet, gurgling laugh echoing across the distance, a reminder that the world is older and stranger than most of us care to admit, and that some stories, the ones we dismiss as mere folklore, contain more truth than we're comfortable facing. The scar on my arm aches when those thoughts come, a permanent souvenir of my encounter with something that shouldn't exist, a reminder that the line between our world and theirs is thinner than we think. I stared out the car window at the dense forest flashing by, my stomach in knots. What had I gotten myself into? When I answered that cryptic job listing seeking ex-military for a classified government project, I thought it would be routine private security work, a way to make some much-needed cash. But now, bumping down this dirt road deep into the backwoods of Oregon, I wasn't so sure. The driver, a burly man with a buzz cut who had barely said 2 words the whole trip, pulled the Jeep over at a chain-link gate. He motioned for me to get out as he unlocked the padlock. "Your orientation is straight ahead at the main facility," he grunted. "Don't stray off the path." With that, he hopped back in the Jeep and sped off, leaving me alone at the threshold of the misty woods. I shouldered my duffel bag and started hiking up the rocky trail. The strangeness of this job was setting in. Why all the secrecy? Why bring me all the way out into the middle of nowhere? But I needed this gig. Ever since leaving the Army, I'd struggled to find steady work, bouncing between minimum wage jobs, always behind on rent. This was my shot to get back on my feet. As the trail curled deeper into the heart of the forest, an eerie stillness settled over me. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the gravel. I zipped up my jacket, wishing I'd brought warmer layers. Even though it was only September, a damp chill permeated the shaded understory. Fog coiled around the trunks of the towering Douglas firs, casting long shadows over the ferns and moss-covered boulders. An icy rivulet of sweat trickled down my neck. I couldn't shake the uncanny sense of being watched, of trespassing in a place I didn't belong. I picked up my pace, remembering the driver's warning not to stray off the path. As I walked, fragments of local folklore I'd heard as a kid growing up in Oregon flashed through my mind unbidden. Tales of dark things that roamed the deep woods, of hikers that went missing, never to be seen again. I arrived at a clearing dominated by a cinder-block bunker-like building with blacked-out windows. A sign above the steel doors read, "Site 17, Manuwan Twine Fi. What it was born true, United States government property. No trespassing." I pushed through the doors into an austere lobby. A woman with severe black hair and a crisp pantsuit greeted me brusquely. "Mr. Chadwick, you're late. Come with me. Your briefing is about to begin." She spun on her heel and marched down the dark hallway, her footsteps echoing sharply. My heart pounded as I followed her into the shadows of Site 17. What could a classified project in the remote Oregon wilderness involve that required ex-military contractors? As I stepped into the dimly lit briefing room crowded with other stony-faced recruits, a shiver of fear mingled with excitement shot through me. I had a feeling I was about to find out. The fluorescent lights flickered as our group filed into the briefing room and took seats around a large conference table. I glanced around at the other recruits, all of them with the lean, hard look of ex-military. Whoever had hired us clearly had a type. At the head of the room, a wiry man with glasses and salt and pepper hair stood stiffly, his arms clasped behind his back. When we were all seated, he cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, welcome to Site 17. I'm Director Marshall, head of this operation. By being here, you are now part of a top-secret government project, code-named Monarch." The room was deathly silent except for the hum of the ventilation system. I leaned forward in my chair, straining to catch every word. Monarch is focused on investigating and containing unusual threats to national security, Director Marshall continued, threats that require a highly specialized team operating with the utmost discretion. Unusual threats? I exchanged puzzled glances with the beefy guy sitting next to me. This was sounding less and less like standard security contracting. Director Marshall's steely gaze swept over us. Your mission will be to protect this facility and its research team as they conduct field work in the surrounding wilderness. The nature of their work is strictly need to know. Suffice to say, you may encounter things that challenge your understanding of what's possible, things you can't unsee. The room erupted in uneasy murmurs. I felt a prickle of apprehension dart down my spine. Just what kind of research was happening out here? Marshall raised a hand and we fell silent. I know you all have questions. In time, you'll be briefed on a need-to-know basis. For now, understand this. His voice dropped and he fixed us with an intense stare. What you see and hear at Site 17 does not leave Site 17. Breathe a word of it and you'll be prosecuted to the full extent of federal law. Am I clear? Yes, sir, we mumbled, nodding solemnly. My palms were suddenly sweaty. Good, he gave a curt nod. We'll start your training first thing tomorrow. Quarters are in the north wing. Dismissed. As we filed out of the briefing room, hushed conversations broke out. This is some crazy Area 51 type shit, the guy next to me said under his breath. You think we're guarding like aliens or something? I laughed nervously. Let's hope not, man. But as we walked down the coldly lit hallways to our quarters, a lingering sense of unease churned in my gut. The pieces weren't adding up. A clandestine facility in the deep wilderness, talk of unusual threats. I thought of the stories I'd heard as a kid of dark things lurking in the Oregon forest. Things that belonged in nightmare, not reality. Stop being paranoid, I scolded myself. It's probably nothing. Some eccentric government project studying weird mushrooms or something. Still, I couldn't completely shake the feeling that I'd just signed up for more than I bargained for. I woke with a start, sweat-soaked sheets tangled around my legs. It took a moment to remember where I was, a Spartan dorm room in the government facility. Site 17, the classified project codenamed Monarch. Fragments of my nightmare still clung to me. I had been lost in an endless forest, something huge crashing through the underbrush behind me. Something angry, something hungry. Shaking off the lingering tendrils of the dream, I rolled out of bed and splashed water on my face. Just stress, I told myself. Pre-job jitters. With the secrets and strangeness of this gig, it was no wonder my subconscious was churning up spooky dream images. I dressed quickly in the black fatigues I'd been issued and headed to the facility's cafeteria. A few of my fellow recruits were already there, hunched over coffee and eggs, talking in low voices. I grabbed a tray and slid in across from them. You guys ready for our first day of training? I asked, shoveling a forkful of rubbery eggs into my mouth. Any idea what we're in for? The big guy from yesterday, who I learned was named Briggs, shrugged. Beats me, but if it's anything like the briefing yesterday, it's gonna be weird. You're not wrong, said the wiry guy beside him, Cabrera. He glanced furtively over his shoulder before leaning in. I heard one of the science pukes talking last night. Sounds like they're doing experiments on like cryptids and shit out in those woods. I almost choked on my coffee. Cryptids? You mean like Bigfoot? Hell if I know. I'm just repeating what I heard. Cabrera held up his hands. Point is, something freaky is definitely going on here. I mean, why else would they need ex-spec ops dudes like us? Before we could speculate further, Director Marshall strode into the cafeteria, his face set in its usual stern mask. Monarch field teams, with me, it's time for your training to begin. We bust our trays and filed after Marshall through the maze-like corridors. He led us into a hangar-sized room dominated by topographic maps of the surrounding forest and whiteboards covered in dense text and schematic drawings. My eyes caught on the words Class 4 Entity Protocol scrawled in red. Listen up, Marshall barked. Over the next week, you'll be learning Monarch's proprietary tactics and equipment for navigating hostile wilderness conditions and engaging with non-human entities. Non-human entities? I shot Briggs a sidelong glance. His face mirrored my own confusion and unease. Marshall gestured to the maps. This forest is old. It has secrets. And the things that call it home don't like it when we poke around those secrets. A muscle in Marshall's jaw twitched, and I wondered if he was speaking from experience. You can't fight these threats like you would an enemy combatant, he continued gravely. Normal weapons, normal tactics won't cut it, so we've had to get creative. He motioned to the rack of bizarre-looking equipment in the corner. Strange rifles emitting an eerie green glow. Belts of luminous blue flares. Ominous metal cylinders marked with biohazard symbols. Over the next few days you'll be learning to use these tools, studying the dossiers of the things in this forest, how to track them, and if necessary, kill them. An uneasy silence settled over us. Kill them? I'd hunted my share of deer back home. But I got the feeling Marshall wasn't talking about Bambi. The word cryptid reverberated in my mind. Just what were we being drafted to fight? Marshall must have sensed our hesitation. He narrowed his eyes. You all signed up for this. There's no backing out now. The things we're facing, they're not something we can just ignore. This is a fight for our survival, for our future, and you men are our first line of defense. The gravity of his words snuffed out any traces of humor or lightness in the room. Whatever we had walked into at Site 17, it was deadly serious. And as the icy realization trickled through me that there would be no walking away, I wondered if I had just made the biggest mistake of my life. The days blurred together as our Monarch field team training intensified. We drilled endlessly with the esoteric weapons from the lab, strange rifles that fired sizzling bolts of plasma, tracking devices tuned to the aura frequencies of our research targets, protective suits shielded against extra-dimensional neutrino exposure, or some other scientific jargon that went over my head. But the equipment was almost mundane compared to the dossiers Marshall had us memorizing. Profiles of the so-called entities that roamed the arcane pockets of wilderness around Site 17. Things I'd believed existed only in campfire stories. Wendigos, skinwalkers, Dover demons. Each came with an ominous threat level number and instructions for containment or termination. The clinical, pseudo-scientific language did nothing to blunt the sheer pants-shitting terror the creatures elicited, especially once I started noticing the gaps in the files, the blacked-out paragraphs, the missing personnel photos with "killed in action" or MIA stamped underneath. The veterans on the team, Briggs and Cabrera, took it in grim stride, but the other wide-eyed new recruits and I spent our nights huddled together in the rec room, trying to process it all. "You really think they're real?" asked Driscoll, a baby-faced grunt barely out of boot camp. "I mean, Bigfoot and shit? They're real." The flat certainty in Cabrera's voice chilled my blood. "All this crap the suits are telling us, assume it's true, 'cause when you're out in the shit, you can't afford even a second of doubt. That's how you end up dead. Or worse." Briggs nodded grimly. "I've heard stories. From a guy who was deployed in Afghanistan with a Monarch field team. He didn't say much, but he shuddered. Let's just say there's a reason they need guys like us. With the training to handle things that shouldn't exist." I tossed and turned that night, my sleep poisoned by nightmares, of red eyes glinting in the shadows of the forest, of fleshless hands dragging screaming men into the abyss. I woke drenched in cold sweat, Cabrera's words echoing in my head. Dead, or worse. We were all subdued the next morning at the shooting range, plinking away at the ectoplasmic entity targets with our plasma rifles. The small talk was minimal. A numb focus had settled over us, a mute acceptance of our grim new reality. The nightmare intensified after lunch. Marshall gathered us in the briefing room, his face even more severe than usual. "Change of plans," he said tightly. "We've had a Class 4 entity incursion in Sector 7. All Monarch field teams are being deployed to establish a perimeter." My heart seized. The dossiers categorized Class 4 entities as the most dangerous, most unpredictable, the kind capable of breaching our reality itself. And we were being sent after one when we'd barely begun our training. Marshall must have read the shock on our faces. "I know you're green," he said, "but this is what you signed up for. Time to put your training to use." My mouth went dry. Training. We'd had all of, 4 days, And now they were throwing us at some nightmare creature even the veteran Monarch teams seemed to fear. But orders were orders, and before I could process what was happening, I was geared up and piling into a mud-spattered Humvee with my equally ashen-faced squad mates. As we bounced along the forest access road toward Sector 7, the reality of what we were facing sank in with nauseating clarity. My mind spooled through the dossier of Class 4 entities, their unnatural strength and speed, their ability to shred through steel like butter, how firepower was unreliable against them, and we, with our plasma rifles and flare guns and few days of target practice, were supposed to, what? Contain this thing? Kill it? I thought of the blacked-out profiles in the files, the countless Monarch personnel who had undoubtedly thought the same thing before charging into the horror that awaited. The Humvee lurched to a stop at the perimeter line, already swarming with tense Monarch soldiers, and as we stepped out into the brisk dusk air, the copper tang of terror thick in my throat, I wondered if I was about to join their ghostly ranks. The forest looked like a slaughterhouse floor. Mangled bodies lay strewn between the shadowed tree trunks, their limbs bent at unnatural angles. Viscera glistened darkly on the carpet of pine needles. The coppery stench of blood mingled with the loamy rot of the forest, making my gorge rise. "Holy shit," Briggs breathed. Even the stoic ex-ranger looked queasy. What did this?" "Cut the chatter," snapped Sergeant Hawkins, the grizzled lead of Bravo team. "Fan out, and watch the tree line. This fucker could still be close." I clutched my plasma rifle with white knuckles as I sidestepped the ravaged corpses, fighting down the urge to vomit. It wasn't my first time seeing bodies, but this was different. This wasn't what happened when humans fought humans. This was pure animal savagery given flesh. "Poor bastards never stood a chance," muttered Cabrera. Driscoll looked about ready to pass out. That could be us," he said weakly. "Jesus, what are we doing out here?" It was a damn good question. Up until now, this had all felt like a surreal training exercise, a fucked up fantasy I could wake up from. But the ragged flesh and spilled entrails and splintered bones were all too real. This was a slaughter, and we were likely next on the menu. "Movement! On the ridge!" Briggs yelled. We spun as something huge and dark loped along the stony shelf above us. Something that moved with a fluid, predatory grace all wrong for its hulking size. My blood froze. It was a Class 4 entity in the twisted flesh. One of the intelligent, vicious alpine wendigos from the dossier, capable of ripping a man to shreds in seconds, virtually bulletproof, unnaturally strong and fast, and according to the file, fiercely territorial. "Light it up!" Roar. "D, Sergeant Hawkins." We opened fire, the forest erupting in a strobing barrage of plasma bolts and tracer rounds. The Wendigo roared, more in rage than pain as the fusillade sparked off its hide. It bounded down the ridge in a blur, moving terrifyingly fast for something so massive. "Aim for the eyes and joints," Hawkins bellowed over the percussive chatter of gunfire. "Only way to bring these fuckers down." I raised my plasma rifle, trying to draw a bead on the hurtling nightmare, but it moved so erratically, so inhumanly fast. It covered the distance to our line in heartbeats, batting aside plasma bolts like they were mere annoyances. Then it was among us, all claws and teeth and furious hunger. It backhanded Driscoll, sending him pinwheeling through the air like a rag doll. He hit a tree with a sickening crunch and slid down, leaving a smear of red on the bark. Briggs and Cabrera poured fire into the thing's flank, the superheated plasma bursts burning craters in its hide. It swiped at them with scimitar claws, but they rolled clear, coming up shooting. I was paralyzed, my weapon shaking in my hands. I'd trained for combat, for fighting men, but this was beyond insanity. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee this hulking impossibility that casually shrugged off firepower that could mow down a human platoon. The Wendigo's head snapped around, its furnace eyes locking on me. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It loped towards me, its movements almost leisurely, as if it knew I was powerless to stop it. "Chadwick, move!" Hawkins roared. His shout jolted me from my stupor. I raised my rifle and fired wildly, the plasma bolts going wide. The Wendigo lunged, a black blur of fang and claw. I dove aside, feeling its hot breath on my neck as its jaws snapped shut inches from my face. I scrambled backwards, my heart jackhammering. The Wendigo loomed over me, its eyes like pits into a monstrous intelligence far older than humanity. It tensed to pounce, to rip and tear and feed. I knew I was dead. We all were, torn to pieces by this nightmare that couldn't possibly exist, but did. As the shadow fell over me and I raised my arms in a futile gesture of defense, I couldn't help but marvel at the cruel irony. I'd always longed for something more, for a life less ordinary. Well, I'd gotten my goddamned wish, and it was about to eat me alive. The Wendigo's muscles coiled like steel springs, then a blazing blue star erupted in its chest, sending it reeling backwards with a shockwave of indigo light and ozone. I blinked, spots dancing in my eyes from the flare's searing brilliance. Through the after images, I saw Hawkins standing with a smoking flare gun, his face set in grim lines. Ultraviolet flares fries him on a molecular level. He fired again, the phosphorescent projectile puncturing the Wendigo's sinewy neck in a spray of energy and black ichor. The creature howled, clawing at its wounds as azure light pulsed beneath its skin. It staggered, its movements drunk and disoriented. "Hit it now," Hawkins yelled. While it stunned, we pummeled the Wendigo with everything we had. Plasma bolts, grenades, and the last of the UV flares. The monster jerked and convulsed under the onslaught, its healing factor struggling to keep pace with the massive trauma. Finally, with a keening wail, the creature toppled backwards, its burning eyes dimming. It shuddered once and went still, indigo embers still smoldering in its wounds. Slowly, shakily, I pushed to my feet. The Wendigo lay unmoving, its massive body already beginning to smolder and dissolve into greasy smoke. Briggs limped over and offered me a hand up, grimacing. He had a long gash on his forearm, weeping blood. "You all right, new guy?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The berserker terror of combat was fading, leaving me hollowed out and numb. I looked over at Driscoll's twisted body, bile rising in my throat. This was just supposed to be another job, a way to get back on my feet. Not this. Not a nightmarish battle against horrors that shouldn't exist. Hawkins knelt by the dead Wendigo, examining it with a clinical detachment. This was just a juvenile. The alphas are even bigger, meaner. He gestured at the ravaged bodies of the M-Monarch team. "And if there's one in this region, you can bet your ass there's a pack." A grim silence settled over us as the implications sank in. We had barely survived one of these things. How could we possibly hunt an entire pack? I thought of the thick dossier, of the endless parade of nightmares within. Was this to be my life now? Throwing myself against increasingly horrific threats until my luck ran out. Hawkins stood, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. "Let's go. We need to report this incursion to HQ and regroup with the other fire teams." He looked at each of us in turn, his gaze flinty. "You men did good today, fought hard, but this is just the beginning. There's things in these woods. Well, let's just say that Wendigo is far from the worst." As we slogged through the tenebrous depths of the forest, the shadows pressing close, I felt a yawning chasm open in my soul, a black gulf of horror and despair. I'd come to Site 17 expecting a fresh start, a way forward. But now, surrounded by the shredded corpses of men just like me, hunted by nightmares older than humanity, all I could see was a dark, descending spiral, a grim future of fear and death, in service to forces I barely understood, let alone believed in. Was this to be my purpose now? Mere cannon fodder in a shadow war against the abyss. With every step into that foreboding wilderness, the cold reality of my new existence sank in with leaden certainty. There would be no end to the horrors, no peace or normalcy, only an inexorable descent into an all-consuming darkness from which there could be no escape. Such was the doom I had unwittingly consigned myself to. Such was the curse of a monarch. I stared at the bottom of the bunk above me, my mind churning. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Driscoll's ragdoll body hitting that tree, heard the meaty crunch of his bones shattering. He was dead because of me, because I'd frozen. Let that primal, mind-shattering terror root me to the spot while he faced down a nightmarish abomination alone. Some soldier I was. I rolled out of bed knowing I wouldn't find respite in sleep. The windowless dorm was tomb-like and still, the only sound the mournful howl of the wind through the forest. The same forest that had nearly killed us mere hours before. I pulled on a hoodie and padded down the cool, dimly lit hallways, past closed doors behind which my fellow recruits tossed in tormented sleep. How could we possibly process what we'd just witnessed, what we'd fought? There was no frame of reference for this, no way to categorize or cope. We'd been thrown in the deep end of a hidden world of horrors beyond imagining, and I was drowning in it. My feet carried me towards the rec room, seeking some distraction or release from the clawed thing gnawing at my mind. But when I pushed open the door, I froze. Director Marshall sat alone at one of the tables, a bottle of whiskey in front of him. He glanced up at my entrance, his eyes shadowed and bloodshot. He looked brittle, haggard, like a man shouldering a burden he knew would crush him. "Chadwick, isn't it?" His voice was a sandpaper rasp. He gestured at the bottle. "Join me for a drink, son." I hesitated, then slid into the seat across from him. He produced another glass and poured a double shot of amber liquid into it. We drank in silence, the whiskey burning a fiery trail down my throat to settle like a coal in my stomach. "I heard about what happened out there," Marshall said finally, "with the Wendigo. Losing Driscoll." He gazed into his glass, his expression haunted. "I'm sorry, son. More sorry than you can know." I looked up, surprised at the raw emotion in his voice. This was a man I'd only ever seen as a hard-ass, an unflinching hardliner. To hear him express something like regret or sorrow was jarring. Does it ever get easier?" I asked hoarsely, hating the uncertainty in my voice. "Facing those things." Marshall barked a humorless laugh. "No, it never gets easier, and thank God for that." He tossed back his whiskey, grimacing. "The moment facing those horrors becomes easy is the moment you lose your humanity." He leaned forward, fixing me with a piercing stare. "You're wondering if you have what it takes, if you're cut out for this, after what happened to Driscoll." I nodded mutely, unable to meet his eyes. "What you're feeling, that fear, that doubt, that's normal. Hell, that's healthy. It means you're still human, still sane." He poured us both another shot. "The ones who don't feel it, the ones who can stare into the abyss without flinching, they're the ones I worry about. Because this job takes a toll, and it's not just the creatures that can kill you." I frowned, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. "What do you mean?" Marshall sighed, suddenly looking indescribably weary. "There's a darkness in this world, Chadwick, an unfathomable, corrosive evil. And when you spend your days teetering on the edge of that oblivion, peering into its writhing depths, it looks into you." A chill slithered down my spine at his words, at the haunted look in his eyes. I've seen good men and women, brave and true, lose themselves to it. Watch the shadows take root in their souls, warp them into something cold and cruel, until you can't tell the difference between the monsters we hunt and the ones doing the hunting. He tapped the monarch insignia on his uniform. "This outfit, the work we do, it's a righteous cause. A last line of defense between humanity and the unnameable threats that hunger for our destruction. But that righteousness can blind you, make you willing to do unspeakable things in service of a higher calling." Marshall leaned back, closing his eyes. "I've been fighting this war a long time, son. Seen and done things that I'll carry with me till they put me in the ground. Things that no amount of whiskey can wash away." He opened his eyes and looked at me, something like compassion or understanding in his expression. "It's okay to be afraid, to doubt. That's what keeps us grounded, reminds us of our limits. The moment we lose that humility, that fear, that's when we become something far worse than the monsters." I nodded slowly, absorbing his words. It wasn't the pep talk I'd expected, but strangely, I did feel better, less alone in my apprehension and uncertainty. Marshall stood with a groan, his joints popping. Get some sleep, Chadwick. Dawn comes early, along with whatever fresh hell it brings with it. He turned to go, then paused. And for what it's worth, you did good out there. You kept your head, kept fighting. That's all any of us can do in the face of the abyss. With that, he was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the dying embers of the whiskey. I sat for a long time, staring into the middle distance, trying to come to terms with my new reality, with the grim path I'd placed my feet upon. I thought of Driscoll, of his easy grin and dumbass jokes that could wring a laugh out of even the most taciturn member of the squad. He had been so green, so unprepared for what we'd faced. Weren't we all? And yet here I was, battered and traumatized but alive. I'd stared into the abyss, and if not exactly unblinking, at least I'd managed not to completely lose my shit. There had to be something in that, some shred of hope to cling to. I couldn't change what I'd signed on for, couldn't unsee the horrors I now knew stalked the shadows of our world, but I could choose how I faced them, with the resolve and clear-eyed purpose that Driscoll had shown, with the grim experience and hard-won wisdom of Briggs and Hawkins, with the humanity and self-awareness that Marshall had spoken of. I drained the last of my whiskey and stood. The shadows of this new existence still loomed long and foreboding in my mind. But there was a glimmer there too, the tiniest spark of something that might yet grow into hope, or acceptance, or purpose. It was enough. It had to be. With a resolute nod, I made my way back to the cold comfort of my bunk, to face the long, dark night, and whatever nightmares it may bring, but also the dawning of a new day. For better or worse, I was monarch now, and there was work to be done. The forest was angry. I could feel it in my bones, an atavistic dread that prickled the back of my neck like the cold kiss of a knife. The shadows between the trees pressed close, pregnant with animosity and dread. Our convoy rolled along the rough access road, every bump and pothole rattling my teeth. I clutched my plasma rifle white-knuckled, scanning the tree line, searching for any sign of the threat we'd been sent to eliminate. The past week had been an endless parade of nerve-shredding operations like this. Monarch was surging men and material to Site-17 in response to a burst of entity emergence events. More and more of the dossier horrors were popping up, like a nightmarish game of whack-a-mole. Wendigos, Pukwudgies, skinwalkers, abominations from every cursed corner of the globe were converging here, drawn to some dark power swelling beneath these ancient West Virginia woods. Hawkins had us running containment protocols around the clock, hunting down the invaders before they could establish a foothold in our reality. We'd lost more men, seen things that would haunt my nightmares forever, but we'd held the line, pushed back the rising tide of abyssal horrors seeking to overrun our world. We were bloodied and bone-weary, but still standing, still fighting. As for me, I'd hardened in the crucible of this strangest of wars. The shell-shocked greenhorn was gone, replaced by a grim resolve to endure and overcome. I was a different man now, had to be. Survival, sanity depended on it. The radio squawked in the tense confines of the Humvee. All call signs, be advised. Anomalous contact at Nav Point Delta. Tower team reports unidentified entity entering perimeter. Engage with extreme prejudice. The transmission dissolved in a burst of static, followed by panicked shouts and the roar of gunfire. An inhuman scream ripped through the white noise, raising every hair on my body. Fuck. Briggs white-knuckled the wheel as we exchanged grim looks. That scream, I knew it, and from the ashen faces of the other vets, they did too. It can't be. Cabrera's voice was a horrified rasp. Not here. Not now. Hawkins' jaw clenched, his eyes flinty and cold. It is. Convergence is imminent. This is it, boys. The big one. With dread curdling my guts, I thought of the dossier entry we all prayed was mere myth. The Widowmaker, progenitor of horrors. The unholy grail of Monarch's dark bestiary. If that thing was here, on the cusp of our reality, then God help us all. Chadwick, get on the gun, Hawkins yelled. And pray you've got enough ammo. I scrambled into the Humvee's turret, racking the bolt of the 50 caliber machine gun. Adrenaline sang through my veins, both terror and exhilaration. This was what it all came down to. Why I'd been drafted into this shadow war. Why I'd endured the horrors and the chaos. For this moment. This singular chance to stem an apocalyptic tide of corruption and nightmare before it could drown our world in blood and madness. The Humvee lurched to a stop at the perimeter line, already swarming with Monarch personnel moving with frantic urgency. I swung the 50 cal towards the tree line and stared in dawning horror at what emerged from the shadows. It was titanic, towering over even the tallest trees. A grotesque melding of rotted flesh and chitinous exoskeleton, like some infernal crossbreeding of demon and insect. Dripping mandibles flanked a gaping maw lined with shark-like teeth, a hellish glow emanating from deep within its gullet. The Widowmaker, bane of reality, eater of worlds. It sighed through the forest with horrific ease, trees splintering like kindling before its bulk. Our defenses opened up on it with everything we had. Plasma cannons, vortex grenades, and eldritch ordnance I couldn't even identify. Sizzling energy beams and hissing blooms of dark matter blasted into the behemoth, but it barely slowed. Inky ichor splattered from its wounds, sizzling into nothingness before it could even hit the ground. The monster was more absence than presence, a howling void made manifest. Fall back now." Director Marshall's voice crackled over the radio, raw with an emotion I'd never heard from him before, terror. "It's breached the perimeter. All personnel evacuate immediately." But it was too late. With an earth-shaking roar, the Widowmaker annihilated the concrete bunkers and razor wire like they were made of sand. Soldiers screamed as scythe-like limbs disemboweled them, black tentacles dragging hapless victims into that lamprey mouth. It was a slaughter. Monarch's finest, the most elite monster hunters on the planet, were little more than chaff before this incomprehensible horror. In seconds, the forward operating base was a charnel house, paved with the shredded corpses of my comrades. Cabrera shouted incoherently in Spanish behind me, blasting away with his rifle on full auto. Briggs' hands shook on the wheel, his eyes hollow with animal fear. Hawkins was laughing, a crazed, sobbing cackle as he unloaded his sidearm at the oncoming nightmare. "Kill it, Chadwick," the sergeant howled over the dying screams and detonations. "Send this fucker back to hell." I racked the charging handle and sighted in on that hideous world-ending bulk. At this range, against this much concentrated firepower, even the Widowmaker should be vulnerable. It had to be. I whispered a prayer to a god I wasn't sure I still believed in, and squeezed the trigger. The 550 cal bucked and roared, spent shell casings cascading like hellish rain. Armor-piercing rounds blasted craters in the creature's awful flesh, black blood geysering. The Widowmaker screamed, a psychic dagger to the soul that had me clapping hands over my ears. But I kept firing, kept pouring rounds into center mass, even as my vision swam and darkened at the edges. Impossibly, inconceivably, it was working. The thing shuddered under the onslaught, ichor gushing from its ruined frame. Reeling, it crashed into the tree line, a shock wave of splintered trunks and uprooted earth. "We got it. We got the bastard," Cabrera crowed in jubilant disbelief. But the victory was short-lived. With a roar of fury, the Widowmaker hauled itself out of the debris, its grievous wounds sealing before our eyes. Regenerating, undying, it fixed us with a billion-faceted, infinitely hateful eye and surged forward in a blur of annihilating hunger. Squid-like tentacles coiled towards us, barbed and dripping entropic mucus. This was it. I knew it in my bones. There was no stopping this thing, this primal curse dredged up from the abyss. We had only delayed the inevitable. As I watched that eclipse of undoing blot out the sky, as I heard the screams of my friends cut short with wet red finality, I felt strangely calm. A sense of purpose clicked into place with diamond clarity. I was a soldier, a warrior. And if I was to die this day, torn to shreds by the claws of an impossibility, then I would die fighting, down to the last breath, the last bullet. I vaulted over the turret and hit the mud, sighted down the barrel at the onrushing nightmare, my finger tightening on the trigger, and the world went white. Searing, coruscating energies erupted from all sides, engulfing the Widowmaker in a cage of blazing light. It screamed again, a sound of rage and pain beyond human comprehension. Through slitted eyes, I saw the air shimmer and part. Spilling out of the tear in reality came a phalanx of figures in blinding armor and crackling energy fields. They leveled strange, crystalline weapons at the writhing monstrosity, the beams sizzling and warping the very fabric of space-time. "Get down," one of them barked, the voice distorted by eldritch filtering. "We'll handle this from here." And then they opened up on the Widowmaker, reality itself screaming and buckling around the onslaught. I covered my head and squeezed my eyes shut, certain the laws of physics were unraveling before the cataclysmic forces at play. When the roaring and screeching finally died away, I dared to look up, half expecting to see the world ended, a yawning void where once there was forest and sky. But the woods were still there, ravaged and savaged, but there. The Widowmaker was gone. No, not gone. Reduced to drifting motes of greasy black ash, the pulsing flecks winking out one by one like dying embers. What? I croaked through a throat raw from cordite fumes and horror. What was that thing? The leader of the impossible figures, Monarch. But not any Monarch I knew, looked down at me, inscrutable behind that opaque owl-like visor. "A fingernail clipping," it said quietly. "The merest shaving from the claw of the abyss. Be glad you did not behold the hand entire." With that, they shimmered and were gone, winking out of existence between one blink and the next, taking the twitching corpses of the slain creatures with them, leaving no trace but shell casings and shattered trees that it had ever been anything but a dream, a nightmare. I don't know how long I laid there amid the churned mud and debris, trying to process the impossible enormity of what I'd just witnessed. When Briggs and Cabrera found me, their faces were pale and pinched, eyes glassy with shock. They didn't ask what had happened. I think, on some level, they knew. As we picked our way through the ruins, the klaxon wails of inbound Monarch choppers rising in the smoke-stained sky, I felt a grim certainty settle over me like a shroud. This was only the beginning. The horrors we had faced, the nightmares we had bled to contain, they were mere tremors, harbingers of a greater doom yet to come. And when that long dark finally fell, unfurling from the abyssal fissures between the worlds, I would be there, waiting, watching, fighting, until the bitter, bloody end. Such was the creed of Monarch. Such was the sacred duty of all those cursed to have gazed into the abyss and seen the abyss gaze back. May God have mercy on us all. The rotors of the Black Hawk sliced through the crisp alpine air as we soared over the ice-mantled peaks. I stared out the viewport at the austere, snowbound forest sweeping by below, chewing over the mission briefing on my TACpad. Code Black Alert. Priority Theta Level Emergence Event. Location Glacier Lake National Park, Montana. Threat Assessment. Apocalyptid. After the catastrophe at Site 17, Monarch was taking no chances. Anything that registered this high on the Eschaton Index warranted the deployment of our heaviest, most secretive assets, which, God help me, included me now. I was one of the last survivors of what was already being called the Widow's Harvest. The last remnant of the containment teams that had, against all odds, held the line against the unholy incursion into our reality. Hawkins was dead. Marshall was dead. Briggs and Cabrera were in the psych ward, their minds shattered by what they had witnessed, by the dark truth lurking behind the curtain of normalcy we took for granted. But I endured, haunted and scarred, but still standing, fueled by an iron resolve to see this sacred war through to the end, no matter how brutal, no matter how hopeless. Our indock into the deepest of Monarch's black projects had been grueling. The brutal training, the secret histories and forbidden lore, the arcane bioaugmentations and mental conditioning, all to prepare us for horrors that we couldn't even imagine yet. Like this latest threat, surging up from the cold, deep dark of the Montana wilderness. The pilot's voice crackled over the comm, dragging me out of my dark musings. 60 seconds. Stand by for drop. I felt the old familiar cocktail of dread and adrenaline, fear and determination. Watched my squad mates run final checks on their impossible physics-bending weaponry. The Black Hawk slowed to a hover over the virgin snow. I stood up and slotted a fresh plasma cell into my rifle. "You know the drill," I said, my voice hard and cold. "Contain or destroy. Nobody comes back until this emergence event is fully terminated, one way or another." With grim, silent nods, they formed up behind me, ready to follow me into the howling abyss once again. "See you on the flip side," I growled, and stepped out into empty air. As the icy wind screamed around me and the ground hurtled up to embrace my plummeting body, that old familiar calm descended, that deathly clarity of knowing I was exactly where I needed to be, doing exactly what I was meant to do, hunting monsters, saving the world from itself, one bloody, nightmarish battle at a time, until my day of reckoning finally arrived, be it in the claws and fangs of the horrors, or in the searing, obliterating glory of whatever revelations lay behind the final veil. Either way, I was ready. So I plunged once more into the all-consuming dark, into the shrieking, gnashing abyss of mankind's collective shadow, and prayed my courage and conviction would light the way. After 37 years of military service, retirement hit me like a sledgehammer to the chest. The silence was deafening. No morning reveille, no mission briefings, no purpose driving me from bed each dawn. My wife Amanda watched me pace our house like a caged animal for 3 months before she made her suggestion. "We're going traveling," she announced one Tuesday morning, setting down her coffee cup with finality. "And we're going hiking." The word hiking struck me with the same enthusiasm I might feel for dental surgery without anesthesia. After decades of forced marches through hostile terrain, the idea of voluntarily trudging through wilderness for pleasure seemed like the height of masochism. But marriage teaches you that certain battles aren't worth fighting, especially when your wife has that particular gleam in her eye that says negotiation is off the table. Amanda had always been the outdoorsy type. While I'd been deployed in deserts and jungles where nature actively tried to kill you, she'd been earning her doctorate in biology, studying ecosystems with the kind of passion I'd once reserved for tactical manuals. Her enthusiasm for swamps and bug-infested forests was inversely proportional to my desire to avoid them at all costs. "If we're going to do this," I told her, "I need something to make it worthwhile." That's when I discovered my new obsession, cryptid hunting. Florida, as it turns out, is a treasure trove of unexplained creatures and local legends. From the Fook monster sightings in the Panhandle to the bizarre Beast of Busco reports near the coast, the state seemed to harbor more mysterious creatures per square mile than anywhere else in the country. I'd always been a researcher by nature. Military intelligence had trained me to dig deep, to question official narratives, to look for what others missed. Cryptids gave me a mission again, a purpose that transformed Amanda's hiking expeditions from torture into tactical operations. The more I read, the more fascinated I became. These weren't just campfire stories told by drunken hunters. Many reports came from law enforcement officers, park rangers, biologists, credible people with no reason to fabricate encounters with impossible creatures. The consistency across decades of sightings, the similar behavioral patterns described by witnesses who'd never met each other, the physical evidence that couldn't be easily explained away. It was Amanda who suggested we start with the Everglades. Her grandfather, Coleman, had spent a week there in 1987, documenting his journey through detailed journal entries that she'd inherited after his death. The old man had been methodical, recording GPS coordinates, weather conditions, wildlife sightings, even the brands of camping equipment that worked best in the humid environment. "We could retrace his route," she said, spreading his yellowed notebook across our kitchen table. Day by day, campsite by campsite, I studied Coleman's careful handwriting, his sketched maps, his observations about the unique challenges of Everglades exploration. The man had been thorough, almost military in his precision. But as I read deeper into his entries, I noticed something else: references to unusual sounds, strange impressions in the mud, feeling watched. Coleman had been hunting something too, though he'd never named it directly. The Cherokee legends speak of the Wampus Cat, a creature that defies natural law. 6 legs, burning green eyes, the ability to hypnotize prey from impossible distances. According to tribal lore, it could move faster than light itself, appearing and vanishing like smoke. The stories painted it as part mountain lion, part supernatural entity, part vengeful spirit. Most cryptozoologists dismissed the Wampus Cat as pure mythology, but I'd learned in the military that legends often contain kernels of truth. The earliest documented sightings dated back to the 1920s in North Carolina, where something had been killing cattle in ways that defied explanation. Claw marks too large for any known predator, bite patterns that suggested impossible jaw structures, the complete absence of typical feeding behavior. The reports had migrated south over the decades following the Appalachian chain down through Georgia and into Florida. What struck me most was the evolution of the stories. In Cherokee tradition, the Wampus Cat was associated with women, either as a protector spirit inhabited by a brave warrior's wife, or as a hybrid creature born from the union of female human and demonic feline. Amanda found the whistling aspect particularly intriguing. Most big cats produce roars, growls, hisses, and purrs, but they don't whistle, except mountain lions, which can produce an eerie, almost human-like whistle when calling to mates. We spent hours listening to recordings online, trying to distinguish between documented big cat vocalizations and the otherworldly sounds described by Wampus Cat witnesses. The Everglades presented the perfect hunting ground. Over 1.5 million acres of sawgrass marshes, mangrove forests, and pine islands created countless hiding places for creatures that preferred to remain hidden. The ecosystem was already so alien to most humans that one more impossible predator wouldn't seem out of place. Coleman's journal entries from his 3rd day proved most interesting. He'd camped on a pine island roughly 8 miles southwest of the main visitor center, a spot accessible only by canoe through a maze of narrow channels. His notes described persistent vocalizations unlike any documented Florida panther calls, and the distinct impression of being observed by intelligent eyes. We planned our expedition for late October, when the crushing summer heat would give way to more tolerable temperatures. I assembled our gear with military precision: GPS units, digital cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, camping supplies rated for extended wetland exposure, and enough bug spray to stock a small army. Amanda handled the biological preparation, researching current wildlife populations, identifying potential food sources for large predators, mapping territorial ranges of documented big cats in the region. Her scientific approach balanced my more intuitive hunting instincts. But as our departure date approached, I found myself waking in the pre-dawn hours, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Coleman's final journal entry from the Everglades, written in shaky handwriting that seemed unlike his usual steady script. It contained only one line: "Some things are better left undisturbed." October 28th found us setting up camp on Coleman's Pine Island as the sun painted the Everglades in shades of gold and crimson. The isolation struck me immediately. No sounds of human civilization, no aircraft overhead. Nothing but the whisper of wind through sawgrass and the distant splash of something large moving through water. Amanda had been right about the mosquitoes. They descended on us the moment we stepped out of our canoe, forming clouds so thick they seemed to dim the daylight. No amount of repellent seemed to deter them completely. They found every exposed inch of skin with the persistence of heat-seeking missiles. As darkness fell, the Everglades transformed into something primordial. Sounds that seemed innocent during daylight took on sinister undertones. The splash of a jumping fish became the movement of something massive just beneath the surface. The call of a night heron morphed into the cry of something that shouldn't exist. We began our hunt around 8 p.m. following game trails that wound through the sawgrass like ancient highways. I'd loaded several mountain lion recordings onto my phone, mating calls, territorial vocalizations, distress sounds that might attract a curious predator. The plan was simple: play the recordings at regular intervals while moving through areas Coleman had marked as active. For the first 2 hours, we documented nothing but routine swamp life. Frogs created a constant background chorus, occasionally interrupted by the prehistoric bellow of an alligator in the distance. Spiders the size of dinner plates watched us from intricate webs spanning the trail. Once a great blue heron exploded from the reeds directly in front of us, its massive wingspan and harsh cry making Amanda jump so violently she nearly dropped our recording equipment. But as we moved deeper into the island's interior, following a narrow trail that Coleman had marked with an X on his hand-drawn map, the atmosphere began to change. The frog chorus that had been constant suddenly ceased, as if someone had thrown a switch. Even the insects seemed to grow quieter. Amanda noticed it first. "Listen," she whispered, grabbing my arm. I stopped, straining my ears. At first I heard nothing but our own breathing and the distant rustle of wind through vegetation. Then, just at the edge of perception, came a sound that made the hair on my neck stand up. Whistling. Not the sharp, piercing whistle of a human or the mechanical tweet of electronics, but something organic and wild. It rose and fell in patterns that seemed almost musical, but with an undertone that suggested enormous lung capacity. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, shifting direction even as we listened. We stood frozen for nearly 10 minutes, straining to locate the source. The whistling continued intermittently, sometimes close enough to seem just beyond the next bend in the trail, other times so distant it might have been imagination. "Could be a bird," Amanda whispered, but her voice carried doubt. "What kind of bird whistles like that?" She had no answer. In all her years of field research, she'd never encountered anything that produced sounds like what we were hearing. The closest comparison might be certain whale songs, but we were miles from the ocean in the middle of a freshwater ecosystem. I decided to respond. Cupping my hands around my mouth, I attempted to mimic the whistling pattern we'd been hearing. My human lungs couldn't match the volume or the haunting quality, but I managed a reasonable approximation of the rising and falling tones. The response was immediate and terrifying. Something large crashed through the vegetation roughly 50 yards to our left, moving with such speed and force that entire saplings snapped like matchsticks. The whistling ceased abruptly, replaced by a sound I can only describe as breathing deep, measured inhalations and exhalations that suggested a chest cavity far larger than any known Florida wildlife. We remained motionless, barely daring to breathe ourselves. Whatever had responded to my call was close now, perhaps 30 yards away, hidden by the dense sawgrass, but definitely aware of our presence. I could feel it watching us, evaluating, deciding. Amanda's hand found mine in the darkness, her grip tight with fear. We stood like statues for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, listening to that rhythmic breathing and feeling the weight of invisible eyes upon us. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, our observer departed. No dramatic crashing through undergrowth this time, just the gradual cessation of that heavy breathing and the slow return of normal swamp sounds. The frogs resumed their chorus tentatively, as if they too had been waiting for the all-clear signal. We made our way back to camp in silence, both lost in our own thoughts about what we'd encountered. As we prepared for bed, Amanda finally spoke. "That wasn't in any of my field guides." I nodded, checking our tent zippers for the third time. Coleman was right. There's something out here. Dawn brought little relief from the previous night's tension. As Amanda prepared breakfast over our camp stove, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, looking for any sign of movement that might indicate we were still being watched. The cheerful morning sounds of birds and insects seemed almost mocking after the ominous encounter in the darkness. Over coffee, I shared what I'd learned about the Everglades predator population, information that had taken on new significance after our midnight visitor. The ecosystem harbored dangers that most visitors never considered, threats that moved through the water and vegetation with deadly efficiency. "You know about the pythons," I said, spreading out a map of reported snake sightings. "But most people don't understand the scope of the problem." The Burmese python invasion represented one of the most successful biological conquests in recorded history. Starting from a few dozen escaped or released pets in the 1980s, the population had exploded to an estimated 100,000 individuals scattered throughout the Everglades. These weren't the relatively harmless snakes most people imagined when they heard python. Burmese pythons regularly exceeded 15 feet in length, with the largest specimen on record measuring over 19 feet and weighing 125 pounds. What made them particularly terrifying was their hunting strategy. Unlike venomous snakes that struck and retreated, pythons were constrictors. They grabbed prey with backward curving teeth, then wrapped their muscular coils around the victim and squeezed until the heart stopped beating. They could remain motionless for hours, partially submerged in murky water, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The rangers estimate they've eliminated over 90% of the native mammal population in some areas, I continued, pointing to sections of the map marked in red. Raccoons, opossums, bobcats. Anything small enough to be overpowered has virtually disappeared from these zones. Amanda studied the map with growing unease. Our campsite sat squarely in the middle of a high-density python zone, surrounded by waterways that provided perfect hunting grounds for aquatic ambush predators. But the pythons weren't the only concern. American alligators ruled the waterways with prehistoric authority, some specimens reaching lengths of 14 feet or more. Unlike their smaller cousins in other states, Everglades alligators showed little fear of humans, particularly during mating season when territorial aggression reached peak levels. The night before, we'd heard several alligator bellows in the distance, deep, rumbling calls that vibrated through the water and into the ground beneath our feet. Those calls could carry for miles, serving as both mating advertisements and territorial warnings. Any large predator in the area would know exactly where every alligator was located at any given time, which brought me to the most disturbing realization of all. "Whatever we encountered last night," I told Amanda, "it wasn't afraid of any of this." She looked up from her coffee, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Think about it," I continued. "We're in an area crawling with 19-foot pythons and massive alligators. Any normal animal, even a large mammal like a black bear, would be constantly alert, constantly listening for threats. But our visitor last night moved with confidence. It approached our position, evaluated us as potential threats or prey, and departed on its own terms. The implications were sobering. We were dealing with something that considered itself the apex predator in an ecosystem filled with monsters. As we broke camp and prepared for our second day of exploration, I found myself paying closer attention to the environmental details Coleman had recorded in his journal. His notes described an unusual absence of typical wildlife sounds in certain areas, game trails that seemed to end abruptly for no apparent reason, and the consistent discovery of partially consumed prey that showed unfamiliar feeding patterns. Reading between the lines, Coleman had been documenting the hunting grounds of something that didn't belong in the known food chain. Our plan for the day involved exploring a series of hammocks, slightly elevated areas of hardwood forest that rose like islands from the surrounding marsh. These hammocks often served as refuges for wildlife during high water periods, concentrating animals in relatively small areas and creating ideal hunting opportunities for large predators. As we paddled our canoe through narrow channels toward the first hammock, Amanda pointed out something that made my blood pressure spike. "Look at that," she said, indicating a partially submerged log about 20 feet ahead. I looked, and for a moment saw nothing unusual. Then the log moved slightly, revealing the telltale ridged back and prehistoric eyes of an American alligator. This one was massive, probably 12 feet long, with a head the size of a small boat. It watched our approach with the patient malevolence of a creature that had been perfecting the art of killing for millions of years. We gave it a wide berth, but the encounter reminded me that we were visitors in a world where humans ranked somewhere near the bottom of the food chain. Everything here was bigger, more aggressive, and infinitely better adapted to the hostile environment than we were. By the time we reached the first hammock, the sun had climbed high enough to create a greenhouse effect in the humid air. Sweat poured down our faces despite the relatively mild temperature, and the bug spray we'd applied that morning had long since been diluted by perspiration and swamp water. But as we pulled our canoe up onto the muddy shore of the hammock, I noticed something that made me forget about the heat and insects entirely. Tracks. The prints in the mud were unlike anything I'd encountered in 37 years of military service across 6 continents. At first glance, they resembled human footprints: 5 toes, a distinguishable heel, an arched structure that suggested bipedal locomotion. But the scale was all wrong. These tracks measured at least 18 inches in length and 8 inches in width, pressed deep enough into the moist earth to indicate a creature weighing several hundred pounds. Amanda knelt beside the clearest impression, her scientific training overriding her obvious fear. "The toe placement is wrong for any known primate," she said, using a ruler from her field kit to document the measurements. "And look at this. The depth suggests a plantigrade stance, walking on the entire sole of the foot rather than just the toes." I studied the track from a tactical perspective, noting details that suggested intelligence rather than mere animal behavior. The stride length was consistent with deliberate movement rather than the varied gait of a creature simply wandering through its territory. More disturbing was the direction. The tracks led directly toward the interior of the hammock, following what appeared to be the most efficient route through the dense vegetation. "It knows the terrain," I muttered, following the trail with my eyes. "This isn't random movement. It's got specific destinations in mind." We found more tracks as we ventured deeper into the hammock, each one confirming our worst fears about the size and intelligence of whatever had made them. Some prints showed clear evidence of deliberate foot placement, stepping precisely on fallen logs or solid ground to minimize noise. Others had been partially obscured, as if the creature had attempted to hide its trail by dragging vegetation across the impressions. The hammock itself felt different from the surrounding marsh. The canopy created a cathedral-like atmosphere, filtering the harsh sunlight into dappled green shadows that played tricks on the eyes. Massive oak trees draped with Spanish moss formed natural corridors through the undergrowth, while palmetto fronds created walls of vegetation that blocked sight lines beyond a few yards in any direction. It was perfect stalking terrain. Amanda documented everything with scientific precision, photographing tracks from multiple angles, collecting soil samples, measuring stride lengths and angles of progression. But I could see the fear growing in her eyes with each new discovery. This wasn't the controlled observation of laboratory specimens. We were documenting evidence of a predator that might be documenting us right back. The deeper we traveled into the hammock, the more apparent it became that we weren't the first researchers to visit this location. We found the remnants of at least 3 previous campsites, identifiable by fire rings, tent pad clearings, and the scattered remains of scientific equipment. What disturbed me most was the apparent haste with which these camps had been abandoned, expensive gear left behind, tents collapsed but not properly packed, supplies scattered as if their owners had departed with extreme urgency. At one site, Amanda discovered a field notebook wedged beneath a fallen branch. The entries were illegible due to water damage, but the final legible date was from 3 years earlier. The last readable words sent a chill down my spine. "Growing bolder each night. Recommend immediate evacuation." By afternoon, the oppressive atmosphere of the hammock was affecting both of us. Conversation dropped to whispers, and we found ourselves constantly looking over our shoulders. The normal sounds of wildlife had diminished to an eerie quiet, broken only by the occasional crack of a breaking branch or the splash of something large moving through nearby water. As we prepared to leave the hammock and return to our campsite, Amanda made a discovery that changed everything. Hidden beneath a dense cluster of palmetto fronds, she found a cache. It wasn't a natural collection of debris or the random accumulation of flood-deposited materials. Someone or something had deliberately gathered objects and concealed them in this location. The cache contained items that had clearly been taken from human visitors over a period of years. Camping equipment, scientific instruments, personal belongings, even what appeared to be articles of clothing. But it was the organization that terrified me most. The items weren't randomly piled together. They'd been sorted by type and size, arranged in patterns that suggested systematic collection and evaluation. Cameras were grouped together in one area, camping gear in another, clothing items carefully folded and stacked according to size. It looked like the inventory system of an intelligence analyst studying enemy equipment. "It's learning about us," Amanda whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, my mind racing through the implications. Whatever we were dealing with wasn't just a large unknown animal. It was intelligent enough to study human behavior patterns, collect and analyze human artifacts, and modify its own behavior based on that analysis. The military tactician in me recognized the strategic intelligence of the cache location. Hidden but accessible, positioned to monitor one of the main travel routes through the hammock, close enough to water for easy escape, but elevated enough to avoid flooding. This wasn't the random hoarding of a confused animal. It was the forward observation post of something that understood human psychology and habits. As we retreated from the cache and made our way back toward our canoe, I realized that our research expedition had become something entirely different. We weren't hunting a cryptid anymore. We were being hunted ourselves. Darkness fell across the Everglades like a heavy curtain, transforming the familiar landscape into an alien world of shadows and whispered threats. We'd returned to our campsite on the Pine Island just as the sun touched the horizon, both of us shaken by the discoveries in the hammock, but determined to continue our investigation. The cache had changed everything. No longer could we dismiss our midnight visitor as a case of mistaken identity or overactive imagination. The systematic collection and organization of human artifacts indicated intelligence, planning, and most disturbing of all, a long-term interest in human behavior patterns. I'd spent the remainder of the afternoon studying Coleman's journal entries with new understanding. His notes about feeling watched and unusual wildlife behavior took on sinister significance when viewed through the lens of our discoveries. The old man hadn't been imagining things. He'd been under systematic observation by something that understood the value of gathering intelligence before making contact. As we prepared our evening meal, Amanda pointed out something that made my tactical instincts scream warnings. "The bird sounds are wrong," she said, pausing in her meal preparation to listen to the gathering dusk chorus. She was right. After 2 days in the Everglades, we'd grown accustomed to the complex symphony of wildlife that emerged each evening. Herons called from distant rookeries. Night birds began their hunting songs. Frogs and insects created a layered background of sound that should have been reaching its peak as full darkness approached. Instead, we heard only scattered, nervous calls, the kind of sounds animals made when a major predator was in the vicinity. I checked our equipment one final time. GPS units fully charged, cameras ready, extra batteries distributed between our packs, emergency beacon easily accessible. If we were going to make contact with whatever was sharing this island with us, I wanted every advantage technology could provide. We began our patrol around 9 p.m., following a circuit that would take us to each area where Coleman had reported unusual activity. Unlike the previous night's tentative exploration, this time we moved with purpose. If something was studying us, we needed to learn about it before it decided we posed a threat that required elimination. The change in atmosphere was immediate and unmistakable. Within minutes of leaving our campsite, we both felt the presence of our observer. Not a sound or movement we could identify, just the primordial awareness that comes from thousands of years of evolution. The feeling of being watched by something with predatory intent. Amanda carried the audio equipment while I navigated and maintained security. Every 50 yards we paused to play recordings of various Big Cat vocalizations, listening carefully for any response. For the first hour, our calls echoed unanswered across the dark water and rustling vegetation. Then, As we reached the northern tip of the island where Coleman had reported his most significant encounter, something answered. The sound that emerged from the darkness ahead was like nothing in any wildlife guide or audio database. It started as a low rumble, almost below the threshold of human hearing, then climbed through a series of tones that seemed to resonate in my chest cavity. The final note was indeed a whistle, but with harmonic overtones that suggested vocal cords of impossible size and complexity. "God in heaven," Amanda whispered, her scientific composure finally cracking. The response had come from directly ahead, perhaps 40 yards away in a dense cluster of cabbage palms and sawgrass. But as the sound died away, I realized our observer had accomplished something that should have been impossible. It had perfectly mimicked the mountain lion call we'd played, then modified it into something entirely its own. I raised my hand for silence, straining to hear any indication of movement. For several minutes the Everglades held its breath. Even the insects seemed to pause their constant buzzing, as if the entire ecosystem was waiting to see what would happen next. When the attack came, it wasn't what either of us expected. Instead of a direct assault, our observer began a campaign of psychological warfare that demonstrated intelligence far beyond anything we were prepared to encounter. It started with sounds, not the dramatic crashing through vegetation that might indicate a large animal's approach, but subtle audio cues designed to create confusion and fear. Breathing, deep, measured inhalations and exhalations coming from multiple directions around our position. Sometimes the sound seemed close enough to touch, other times distant enough to be imagination. But the pattern was unmistakable. We were being surrounded. Amanda grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin with unconscious fear. I drew her closer, trying to present a unified front to whatever was circling us in the darkness. Then came the projectiles. The first chunk of rotting wood struck a tree trunk 6 feet to my left, hitting with enough force to scatter bark fragments across our position. The impact was followed immediately by another projectile from our right flank, then a third from behind us. "Move," I hissed, pulling Amanda toward what appeared to be a gap in our surrounding observers. But as we tried to withdraw, the barrage intensified. Chunks of decomposing logs, fist-sized stones, handfuls of mud and vegetation, all hurled with accuracy that indicated detailed knowledge of our exact position despite the complete darkness. Whatever was throwing this debris could see us clearly while remaining invisible itself. The projectiles weren't random harassment. They were strategically placed to hurt us in a specific direction, cutting off certain escape routes while leaving others apparently open. I recognized the tactic from military training, channeling enemy movement into a predetermined kill zone. We were being maneuvered, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to run. I forced myself to move slowly and deliberately. Running would only trigger a pursuit response from whatever was hunting us. Our only chance lay in convincing our stalker that we weren't prey animals ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. "Back toward the creek bed," I whispered to Amanda. "Stay low, move like you're not afraid." It was like walking through a minefield while blindfolded. Each step carried the risk of triggering an escalation from harassment to direct attack. The projectiles continued to fall around us, each one precisely aimed to maintain psychological pressure without causing actual injury. The intelligence behind this campaign was more frightening than any mindless animal assault would have been. We were dealing with something that understood the human psyche well enough to exploit our deepest fears. The creek bed offered temporary relief from the projectile assault, but I knew we weren't safe. The depression in the landscape provided concealment from our stalker's line of sight, but it also created a natural choke point where we could be easily trapped if our observer decided to escalate beyond psychological warfare. Amanda was breathing hard, her scientific composure completely shattered by the methodical nature of the attack. "What does it want?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle gurgle of water flowing through the creek. I didn't have an answer. Military training had prepared me for human enemies with understandable motivations: territorial control, resource acquisition, ideological dominance, but this encounter fell outside every tactical framework I'd ever learned. We were dealing with intelligence without recognizable purpose, strategy without apparent goal. The harassment had stopped the moment we reached the creek bed, which suggested our stalker was reevaluating its approach. In the sudden silence, I became aware of details that had been obscured by the chaos of falling debris. The night air carried a stench unlike anything I'd encountered in 3 decades of military service across every climate zone on Earth. It wasn't the clean musk of large mammals or the sharp ammonia scent of reptile waste. This smell suggested decay and wildness, organic matter in various stages of decomposition mixed with something alive and massive. The odor waxed and waned as if its source was moving, circling our position while remaining invisible in the darkness. "We need to move," I told Amanda. "This position is too exposed." The main trail lay 50 yards southeast of our current location, accessible through a gap in the vegetation that would require us to cross open ground for approximately 30 seconds. Under normal circumstances, it would be a routine movement, but with an unknown predator tracking our every step, those 30 seconds might as well be 30 hours. I was trying to plan our next move when Amanda grabbed my shoulder with enough force to bruise. "Look," she breathed, pointing toward a cluster of cabbage palms about 20 yards upstream. At first I saw nothing but dark vegetation swaying in the night breeze. Then my eyes adjusted, and I understood why Amanda's grip had tightened to the point of pain. Eyes. 2 large reflective orbs catching and amplifying the faint starlight that filtered through the canopy. They were positioned at least 8 feet off the ground, which ruled out every known Florida predator except perhaps a very large bear standing on its hind legs. But bears didn't move with the fluid silence I was observing, and bears didn't engage in the kind of systematic psychological warfare we'd been experiencing. The eyes held our position for several minutes, unblinking and utterly alien in their patient assessment. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, cataloged and evaluated by intelligence that operated according to rules I couldn't begin to understand. Then, without warning, our observer stepped forward. The movement was smooth and deliberate, revealing a silhouette that belonged in nightmares rather than any ecosystem on Earth. Bipedal but massive, with proportions that suggested immense physical power combined with surprising grace. Even in the poor light, I could see that this creature moved with the confidence of something that had never encountered a threat it couldn't handle. Amanda made a small sound of terror that was immediately answered by a low rumble from our observer. Not aggressive, exactly, but unmistakably communicative. The creature was acknowledging our presence and establishing the parameters of our encounter. It was studying us the same way we'd been trying to study it. For a moment that stretched into eternity, predator and prey regarded each other across 20 yards of dark water. I could feel Amanda trembling beside me, her biological training warring with primitive fear as she tried to categorize something that defied every known taxonomic framework. The standoff ended when our observer turned slightly, revealing a profile that made my military experience seem suddenly irrelevant. This wasn't just an unknown animal. It was something that represented a fundamental challenge to humanity's position in the natural order. Moving with deliberate slowness, I reached for Amanda's hand and began backing toward the gap that led to the main trail. Our observer tracked our movement but made no attempt to follow, apparently content to maintain visual contact while we retreated. We'd made it halfway to the trail opening when everything went wrong. My foot caught on something in the darkness. A root, a fallen branch, some obstacle that hadn't been there during our approach. I stumbled, and Amanda's attempt to catch me sent us both crashing into the shallow water with a splash that echoed across the silent swamp like a gunshot. The response was immediate and terrifying. Our observer erupted into motion, covering the 20 yards between us in what seemed like 3 or 4 massive strides. I caught a glimpse of something enormous bearing down on us, moving with speed that defied physics for something of its apparent size. "Run!" I shouted, hauling Amanda to her feet and pushing her toward the trail opening. We crashed through the vegetation like panicked deer, abandoning all pretense of stealth in favor of pure speed. Behind us, I could hear our pursuer following with the heavy, measured pace of something that knew it could overtake us whenever it chose. But it didn't choose to. Instead, it maintained pursuit at exactly the distance needed to keep us in a state of terror without actually catching us. When we stumbled, it slowed. When we found our footing and picked up speed, it accelerated just enough to keep the sound of its approach audible behind us. We were being herded again, driven along a specific route toward some predetermined destination. The realization should have been paralyzing, but military training finally kicked in. If our pursuer wanted us to follow this particular path, the worst thing we could do was cooperate. I grabbed Amanda and pulled her off the main trail, crashing through a wall of palmetto fronds toward what appeared to be a game trail heading in the opposite direction. The change in our route triggered an immediate escalation. Our pursuer unleashed a vocalization that made our earlier audio encounters seem like whispers. The sound started somewhere below human hearing and climbed through octaves that shouldn't have been possible for any terrestrial creature. It was communication, warning, and threat, all wrapped into a noise that seemed to shake the ground beneath our feet. We ignored the warning and kept running. The alternative route proved to be exactly what I'd hoped. A narrow path that wound through dense vegetation toward the canoe landing where we'd left our boat. If we could reach the water, we might have a chance of escaping to the main visitor area where other humans and artificial lighting would provide some measure of safety. Our pursuer had other ideas. As we neared the landing, something massive crashed through the vegetation directly ahead of us, blocking our access to the canoe. We skidded to a halt, trapped between our original stalker and what appeared to be a second creature that had been waiting in ambush. For a moment that felt like the end of everything, we stood frozen in the darkness between two unknown predators that had demonstrated tactical coordination beyond anything in the animal kingdom. Then Amanda spotted our salvation. "The emergency trail," she gasped, pointing toward a barely visible break in the vegetation that led toward the park's perimeter fence. It was our last option, and we took it. The emergency trail proved to be exactly what its name suggested. A narrow, poorly maintained path intended for use only when normal routes became impassable. It wound through the densest sections of vegetation, crossed several water obstacles that soaked us to the waist, and seemed to double back on itself numerous times before finally emerging near the main visitor parking area. We covered the distance in record time, driven by the constant awareness that our pursuers were still tracking our movements through the darkness behind us. Several times I heard the distinctive sound of something large forcing its way through vegetation parallel to our route, maintaining contact while allowing us to believe we were escaping. It wasn't until we stumbled into the bright artificial lighting of the visitor center that our stalkers finally abandoned their pursuit. The transition from primordial darkness to modern civilization was so abrupt it felt like stepping between worlds. Amanda collapsed on a bench outside the center, her entire body shaking with exhaustion and residual terror. I checked the digital display on my GPS unit and discovered that our escape had taken nearly 3 hours. We'd been under direct observation and systematic harassment from approximately 11 p.m. until almost 2 a.m. "We have to report this," Amanda said when she'd recovered enough to speak coherently. "But report what, exactly?" "That we'd encountered an unknown bipedal creature of enormous size and apparent intelligence? That it had demonstrated tactical awareness and psychological manipulation beyond anything in documented animal behavior? That it had herded us along specific routes while maintaining pursuit for over 3 hours?" I understood Amanda's scientific impulse to document and report our discoveries, but my military experience suggested a more cautious approach. Without physical evidence beyond questionable footprints and our personal testimony, any report we filed would likely be dismissed as the hysteria of inexperienced campers who'd encountered a black bear in poor lighting conditions. We spent the remainder of the night in the parking lot, dozing fitfully in our rental car while watching the tree line for any sign of movement. As dawn broke across the Everglades, the events of the previous night began to seem almost surreal, like memories from someone else's nightmare rather than our own experience. But I couldn't shake the conviction that we needed to return to the hammock where we'd discovered the cache. "I'm going back out there," I told Amanda over coffee at a nearby restaurant. "Alone this time." Her reaction was predictably negative, but I explained my reasoning. Our midnight encounter had demonstrated that whatever we'd found was intelligent enough to modify its behavior when facing multiple humans. A single person might be perceived as less threatening, more likely to be observed rather than actively deterred. Besides, military training had taught me to verify intelligence reports through multiple sources. One encounter could be explained away as misperception or coincidence. But if I could gather additional evidence, photographs, audio recordings, more detailed track documentation, we might have something worth reporting to legitimate researchers. Amanda insisted on driving me to the access point, but agreed to wait in the parking area while I made a solo reconnaissance of the hammock. It was a compromise that satisfied neither of us, but represented the best balance between gathering intelligence and maintaining reasonable safety margins. The return journey to the hammock revealed changes that made my blood pressure spike. The cache we'd discovered had been completely cleared out, with no trace remaining of the carefully organized collection of human artifacts. Even more disturbing, the clearing where we'd found it had been systematically cleaned, not just of the cached items but of any evidence that humans had ever visited the location. I found new tracks, but these had been deliberately obscured. Scratch marks in the soft earth suggested someone or something had used branches to sweep away clear impressions, leaving only vague depressions that could have been made by any number of large animals. But whoever had performed this cleanup operation had missed something crucial. Hidden beneath a fallen palm frond, approximately 50 yards from the original cache location, I discovered what appeared to be a deliberate message, a collection of human artifacts. My own military-issue compass, Amanda's field notebook, and a camping utensil from our previous night's dinner had been arranged in a precise triangle and covered with vegetation. The implications were staggering. Our stalker had not only observed our camp closely enough to identify and collect specific personal items, but had possessed the manual dexterity required to retrieve them without detection, and the intelligence to arrange them in a pattern that would be recognized as artificial rather than accidental. We were dealing with something that understood symbolic communication. I photographed the arrangement from multiple angles, documenting the precise placement of each item and the deliberate nature of their concealment. This was evidence that couldn't be dismissed as misperception or imagination. Physical proof that we'd encountered intelligence of a high order. As I prepared to leave the hammock with my documentation, I became aware that I was no longer alone, not the oppressive feeling of being watched that had characterized our previous encounters, but the definite presence of something nearby that was making no attempt to conceal itself. I looked up to find our observer standing approximately 30 yards away in full daylight. In clear visibility, the creature was even more imposing than it had appeared in darkness. Bipedal and massive, with proportions that suggested enormous physical strength combined with surprising coordination. The face was partially obscured by distance and shadow, but I could see enough to confirm that this was no known primate species. For several minutes, we regarded each other with what I can only describe as mutual curiosity. No aggression, no threat displays, just two intelligent beings taking each other's measure across the gap between species. Then, with deliberate slowness, our observer raised one enormous hand in what appeared to be a gesture of acknowledgement before turning and disappearing into the vegetation with a fluid silence that seemed to be its trademark. I stood frozen for several minutes after it vanished, trying to process what I'd witnessed. The gesture had been unmistakably communicative, a clear indication that our encounter was being conducted according to rules I was only beginning to understand. When I finally returned to the parking area where Amanda waited, she took one look at my face and knew that everything had changed. "You saw it again." I nodded, reviewing the photographs on my camera's display screen. The images of our arranged possessions were clear and unambiguous, evidence that would be difficult for skeptics to dismiss. "It left us a message," I said, "and I think it's been trying to communicate all along." As we drove away from the Everglades that afternoon, I found myself looking back toward the vast expanse of wilderness that stretched to the horizon. Somewhere in that primordial landscape, An intelligence beyond our current understanding was continuing its patient observation of the strange new neighbors who had invaded its ancient territory. We'd set out to hunt a cryptid and instead discovered something far more significant. It's that humanity shares this planet with minds we've never bothered to acknowledge or understand. The question now was what we were going to do with that knowledge, and whether we were prepared for the day when our mysterious neighbors decided to make more direct contact with the world beyond the swamp. It was a few years back when I found myself reeling from a painful breakup that had completely blindsided me. My now ex-girlfriend Claire and I had been together for over 5 years. We'd built a life together, shared an apartment, talked endlessly about marriage and children. Then, out of the blue, she said she needed space. Before I knew it, she had moved out and cut off all contact. The silence was deafening. I was devastated. I wandered through each day feeling numb and lost in my own home. Every corner held a memory. Her coffee mug still sat in the cabinet. Her shampoo remained in the shower, a cruel reminder of what I'd lost. The bed felt enormous and cold without her warmth beside me. I couldn't eat, couldn't focus on work, couldn't think about anything except the massive hole she'd left in my life. Friends tried to help, but their well-meaning advice felt hollow. Nothing could fill the emptiness. After 3 weeks of this torment, I knew I needed to escape. I needed distance from the apartment, from the city, from everything that reminded me of Claire. With deer hunting season approaching, I decided some time alone in the familiar woods of my family's sprawling rural property would be good for me. Ever since I was a young boy, deer hunting in these woods during the fall had been a beloved tradition passed down from my father and grandfather. The rituals of the hunt had always brought me peace and clarity. I needed that now more than ever. I headed out alone early one brisk November morning, just as the sun began to peek over the mountains nearby. The air was sharp and clean, biting at my lungs with each breath. Frost crunched under my boots as I made my way into the dense forest. A heavy silence hung over the woods as I hiked through the stands of evergreens, their branches drooping with the weight of morning dew. It was opening day of rifle season, but I wasn't particularly concerned about bagging anything. I just wanted space to gather my troubled thoughts, to breathe air that didn't smell like her perfume. After about an hour of steady hiking, my legs burning from the climb, I arrived at a clearing on a ridge which offered an incredible view of the surrounding snow-capped peaks. This had been my grandfather's favorite spot. He'd brought me here when I was barely tall enough to see over the tall grass, teaching me to read the wind, to watch for movement, to respect the animals we hunted. I sat against a gnarled old tree, listening to the sounds of nature around me. Birds called from the canopy. Somewhere in the distance, water trickled over rocks. For the first time in a long while, I felt the knots in my shoulders begin to loosen. Out of nowhere, a small herd of deer bounded through the clearing down the ridge, their white tails flashing in the morning light. They were fleeing something, their movements panicked and erratic. I glanced up in time to see a beautiful buck emerge from the tree line, his impressive antlers crowning his head like a natural crown. My hunting instincts kicked in automatically. I slowly raised my rifle, steadied my breathing the way grandfather had taught me, took careful aim, and felled the buck with one clean shot. The crack of the rifle echoed across the valley. I took a moment to approach the fallen animal, both proud and thankful for the kill. This was meat that would fill my freezer for months. This was connection to something primal and honest. Then I began the familiar work of field dressing it, my hands moving with practiced efficiency. Skinning and cleaning the deer brought back fond memories of doing this same work as a young boy alongside my father and grandfather after successful hunts. They had taught me how to do it properly, how to make clean cuts, how not to waste any part of the animal. I could almost hear their voices now, their patient instructions mixing with laughter and stories. The physical work felt good, honest, and straightforward in a way my relationship with Claire never had been toward the end. The sun was starting to set by the time I finished the work. My hands stained red despite my gloves. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and gripped the deer's antlers firmly. I started the arduous process of dragging the heavy animal back toward my truck, which I'd parked several miles away at the edge of the property earlier that morning. The weight of the large buck made for slow going over the uneven, rocky ground. Within 20 minutes, my breathing grew labored and my muscles burned from the constant exertion. As I stepped carefully over fallen logs and navigated around thick patches of brambles, I was grateful I'd worn my sturdy hunting boots. Sharp rocks and hidden roots threatened to turn my ankles with every step. I frequently paused to rest, leaning against trees and taking long swigs of water from my canteen, feeling the cold liquid soothe my parched throat. During one such break, I checked my watch and was surprised to see a couple of hours had already passed. The sun had dropped below the ridgeline, bathing the sky in brilliant shades of pink and orange that slowly bled into purple. Though I still had quite a bit of distance to cover, there was enough light left to make it back safely. With renewed determination, I wrapped the deer's antlers once more in my gloved hands and continued my march through the deepening shadows. As I trudged along, dragging the deer behind me and leaving a trail through the fallen leaves, I heard the distinct snap of a branch somewhere off in the trees to my right. I spun around immediately, my senses suddenly on high alert. Scanning the darkening woods carefully, I found nothing but shadows stretching long between the tree trunks. Unease crept into my chest, but I shook my head and kept walking. Probably just a squirrel or a bird settling in for the night, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. But the uneasy feeling wouldn't leave. Before long, I heard more odd noises from the dense trees around me. Twigs cracking with sharp reports, leaves rustling in patterns that didn't match the gentle breeze. It sounded disturbingly like something was walking on 2 feet, keeping pace with me, staying just out of sight. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to remain calm. It was probably just a curious black bear, I reasoned. We'd had a few sightings on the property over the years, though they usually avoided humans. Even so, I picked up my pace as much as the heavy deer would allow, suddenly very eager to get back to the safety of my truck. The noises continued, moving stealthily between the trees, always matching my speed. Too quiet and deliberate for a bear, I thought with growing anxiety. Bears were noisy, crashing through underbrush without care. This was something else, something that moved with purpose and intelligence. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a fleeting shadow shifting behind a large pine tree. I whipped my head around, heart hammering, but caught only a blur of darkness disappearing into the thick brush. The deer carcass seemed to gain weight with every step, as if some invisible force was making it heavier, harder to move. As actual fear began to take firm hold in my gut, I wanted desperately to drop everything and run, but I could hardly manage a hobbling walk, weighted down by this deer and exhausted from hours of hiking. Whatever was stalking me stayed maddeningly out of direct sight. Using the forest as cover with unsettling skill, my heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my temples. The snapping branches and rustling leaves followed my every move, never falling behind, never coming closer. The presence felt ominous, deliberate, even malevolent in a way I couldn't quite explain. This wasn't animal curiosity. This felt like something darker. I couldn't shake the overwhelming feeling that intelligent eyes were watching me struggle from the shadows, studying my every move. I thought of my rifle then, slung uselessly over my shoulder. I needed both hands to drag this deer, which left me completely defenseless if this unseen thing decided to attack. The realization sent ice-cold fear flooding through my veins. With no other option available, I summoned my last reserves of strength and forged ahead with grim determination, set on making it back to the truck before full nightfall descended. Just a little farther, I told myself repeatedly, trying desperately to ignore the creepy sounds paralleling me step for step. You're almost there. Keep moving. You might wonder why I didn't just drop the deer and confront my follower, or simply walk away from it and save myself. Fear is a strange thing. At the time, I felt both genuinely terrified and simultaneously silly for being scared. I had no idea what was out there. What if it really was nothing dangerous? What if I was just being paranoid? Plus, I knew I would be furious with myself for having killed this animal only to abandon it in the woods. My grandfather had always taught me to use as much of what I killed as possible, to honor the animal's sacrifice. Leaving it felt like a betrayal of everything he'd taught me. Then something happened that made my decision for me. A chillingly accurate deer call emanated from the trees directly behind me, so close I could have sworn I felt breath on my neck. The sound was a perfect, mocking imitation of an alarm call from a white-tailed deer, the sharp, repetitive bleat they make when warning others of danger. No natural creature could mimic that call so precisely. No human could make that sound without special equipment. Adrenaline flooded my system instantly, as the terrifying implications sank in like a stone. This was no ordinary animal stalking me through the growing darkness. Something intelligent, something utterly wrong, was hunting me. My guts twisted with primordial fear that reached back to some ancient part of my brain, the part that remembered when humans were prey. The unseen creature grew more brazen after that mocking call, aggressively breaking larger branches as if to purposefully demonstrate its presence and power. It wanted me to know it was there. It wanted me to know I was being hunted. The message was clear and horrifying. This game could end any time it chose. I was being threatened. I was being toyed with like a cat plays with a wounded mouse before the final kill. Nearly delirious from exhaustion and terror, I channeled every last ounce of strength into dragging that deer at a frantic pace. My lungs screamed for air that wouldn't come fast enough. My legs wobbled and threatened to give out with each step. My hands had gone numb from gripping the antlers so tightly, but I was wholly desperately focused on reaching the safety of my truck ahead, pushing my body beyond any limit I'd known before. With the last dregs of daylight fading rapidly behind the trees, painting everything in shades of deep purple and black, I finally stumbled into the small clearing where my old pickup truck sat waiting. I had never been so grateful to see that beat-up vehicle in my entire life. I hurriedly loaded the heavy deer carcass into the truck bed, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it twice, as complete darkness enveloped the forest around me like a suffocating blanket. I jumped into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking violently as I fumbled to insert the key into the ignition. My fingers felt thick and clumsy. The woods behind me had gone deathly, unnaturally silent. No insects, no birds, no wind. But I could feel the presence of the predator with absolute certainty watching from the tree line, waiting. As the engine finally roared to life, I said a grateful prayer to God that I would make it home alive. As I pulled away, tires spitting gravel, a horrific scream pierced the night air from somewhere deep in the black forest behind me. It wasn't an animal sound. It wasn't human either. It was something in between, something that shouldn't exist. The ghastly sound was filled with rage and frustration, echoing across the valley. Whatever this malevolent entity was, it was furious that I had escaped. I had been meant to die in those woods. I drove recklessly fast down the winding dirt road, away from that cursed place, one trembling hand on the wheel, and the other gripping my rifle so tight my knuckles went white. When I finally arrived home, I leapt from the truck and raced around back to unload the animal before it could spoil. As I heaved its body from the truck bed under the harsh glare of my porch light, my stomach dropped. The buck's head was completely gone, ripped clean off the neck by some tremendous force. The edges of the wound were ragged, torn rather than cut. Bone fragments jutted out at odd angles. It would have taken incredible strength to do this. When had it happened? How had I not noticed? The questions swirled in my mind as I stared at the mutilated carcass, unable to look away from the horror. In the days that followed, paranoia consumed me completely. The image of that mutilated deer carcass seemed seared permanently into my mind. I couldn't close my eyes without seeing it. I constantly felt watched, even in my own home. At the edge of our property, where the manicured lawn gave way to wild forest, I swore I could see shapes moving between the trees at dusk, dark figures that vanished when I looked directly at them. At night I would jolt awake, my heart racing, absolutely certain that thing was outside my window, peering in at me with inhuman eyes. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I lost weight. Friends expressed concern, but how could I explain? They'd think I'd lost my mind with grief over Claire. One morning, our family dog failed to greet me at the door as she usually did, tail wagging, eager for breakfast. I found the poor animal whimpering under the porch, pressed against the foundation. She'd been viciously mauled, deep claw marks across her side, chunks of fur torn out. But somehow she was still clinging to life, her eyes wide with terror. The vet said it looked like a bear attack, but I knew better. This was a message. This presence could easily strike at those I loved whenever it desired. One dreary morning, unable to bear the weight of this knowledge alone any longer, I worked up the courage to visit my grandfather. The old man had retired to a small place at the edge of town, not far from our family's property. I hadn't seen him in months, and I felt guilty that it took something so dire to prompt a visit. When I arrived, Grandpa looked pleasantly surprised to see me standing on his porch. He invited me in, and we caught up over strong black coffee at his worn kitchen table. Eventually, carefully, I broached the subject. I asked as casually as I could manage if he'd ever experienced anything odd while hunting near that ridge where he used to take me. Grandfather's weathered face darkened immediately. He stared silently into his coffee mug for several long, heavy moments before speaking. "You saw something out there, didn't you?" he asked gravely, his eyes meeting mine with terrible understanding. I nodded, ashamed to have brought up something that clearly troubled him deeply. But I had to know I wasn't insane. He leaned back in his chair with a heavy sigh that seemed to carry years of weight. "Didn't want to believe it myself," he began slowly, choosing his words with care. "But over the years things happened that I couldn't explain. Strange calls in the night that didn't match any animal I knew. An odd sense of being watched by something that meant harm. Couple of times, while hauling a kill back, I'd hear twigs snapping, leaves rustling right behind me, keeping perfect pace. It was exactly what I'd experienced. Every detail matched. Never actually saw anything, though," Grandfather continued, his voice quiet. "And I didn't want to believe that kind of evil could exist so close to home, in woods I'd known my whole life, so I convinced myself it was all my imagination, just an old man's mind playing tricks. But deep down I've always known the truth. There's something unnatural in those woods, something that shouldn't be there." I told him every chilling detail of my encounter, the sound of branches cracking, the precise mimicry of deer calls, the mutilated carcass, the scream in the darkness. He listened grimly, nodding in recognition of each horror. "I'm sorry," Grandpa said with deep regret when I finished. "I should have warned you. All these years I've been denying it, pretending it was nothing, but it's still out there." I changed the subject after that, not wanting to linger on something so distressing. After all, my grandfather's best years were behind him, and I didn't want to add to his burdens. We talked about better things, family, old hunting stories, simpler times. It's been years now since that November day in the woods. I've never gone back to that ridge, never returned to hunt on our family's property. Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still hear that scream echoing in my memory. I'm still afraid it may be out there, lurking in the shadows of those woods, waiting for another hunter to wander into its territory. Maybe, hopefully, I'm just paranoid. Maybe grief and stress created phantoms in my mind that dark evening. But deep in my bones, in that ancient part of the brain that knows when something is watching, I know the truth. Whatever stalked me through those woods was real, and it's still there, patient and hungry, waiting in the darkness between the trees. The fading light of dusk filtered through the dense forest canopy as I hiked the winding trail back to my isolated ranger station. Sequoia National Park was my home, my sanctuary from the chaotic modern world. As a park ranger, it was my duty and privilege to protect this ancient wilderness. I'd taken this posting for the solitude it offered. After 2 tours in Afghanistan, I craved peace and purpose. The majestic stands of towering sequoias and remote backcountry gave me both. But lately something had changed. A shadow seemed to loom over the forest. Strange sounds echoed in the night. Guttural, almost human-like cries that made my blood run cold. In my 3 years living alone out here, I'd never heard anything like it. My Choctaw grandmother used to tell stories about creatures that roamed the old forests. Spirits not quite animal or man. I'd always dismissed them as myths. Now I wasn't so sure. As I reached my cabin, I scanned the tree line. An eerie stillness hung in the air. The usual evening bird songs replaced by heavy silence. Shaking off a growing sense of unease, I entered my small one-room home. The generator sputtered on as I hit the lights and began preparing a simple dinner. Through the kitchen window, I glimpsed a flash of movement at the edge of the tree line. Something huge and fast. Adrenaline shot through my veins. I blinked, and it was gone. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, but deep down I knew better. There was something out there in those woods, something that shouldn't be, and it was watching me. I bolted the door and slid my grandfather's hunting knife from its sheath, keeping it close. It was going to be a long night. Morning fog hung heavy over the treetops as I emerged from the cabin, fatigue weighting my steps. Sleep had been scarce, every creak of the old wood walls jolting me alert. But the night had passed without incident. No strange sounds, no figures lurking in the dark. After a strong cup of black coffee and a sparse breakfast, I headed into the park headquarters to pick up this week's batch of backcountry permits. With the summer season kicking into full gear, more adventurers would be venturing into the wilderness. It was my job to keep them safe, even if that meant protecting them from things I didn't fully understand. Morning, Ahanu, Mike, the head ranger, greeted as I entered the office. His brows furrowed. "You look beat? Rough night?" I shrugged off the question. "Just restless. Lot on my mind." "Don't I know it? Feels like something's off out there recently," he sighed, passing me a stack of permits. Had another hiker come in rambling about Bigfoot. Nearly had a breakdown, the poor guy. My blood turned to ice in my veins. What did he say exactly? Same old story. Huge bipedal creature skulking around the tree line near his campsite. Swears it wasn't a bear. Mike poured himself a mug of burnt office coffee. Probably a tweaker seeing things. You know how it is. I wished I could convince myself he was right. But I'd seen too much. There were secrets in this forest, ancient things only whispered about. As I set out to patrol the backcountry trails, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed. By mid-afternoon, fatigue wore me down, and I stopped to rest on a fallen sequoia, overlooking a steep ravine. Fog still clung to the treetops below, swirling and shifting in an almost mesmerizing dance. As I watched, something parted the mist. A huge, hunched figure lumbered into view, covered in matted fur. Definitely not a bear. My heart stopped. It paused, and in that instant I swore it looked right at me. Piercing, almost human eyes in an inhuman face. Then it was gone, swallowed by the fog as if it had never been there at all. A shiver passed through me despite the warm summer air. There was no denying it anymore. The legends were real, and one of them had found me. The forest usually soothed my soul, made me feel safe and grounded at one with the earth, but not anymore. As I patrolled the trails over the next few days, a terrible sense of dread and paranoia consumed me, growing stronger by the hour. Every snapped twig, every rustling branch made me jump out of my skin. I knew what I'd seen. There was no going back to blissful ignorance. The big question was what to do about it. Without hard proof, I'd be dismissed as some unhinged recluse if I told anyone, maybe even lose my job. As a native man, I was used to not being believed or taken seriously by the authorities. I was on my own, for better or worse. With no other choice, I was forced to carry on with my duties as if nothing had changed, all while looking over my shoulder. I tried to lose myself in the work I loved, checking trail conditions, cleaning up backcountry campsites, teaching weekend warriors to store their food properly. But my mind always circled back to the creature, the impossibly large, strange silhouette branded in my memory. What did it want? Was it merely curious or driven by more sinister motives? By day, I scoured the internet and local library records for any scrap of information on Bigfoot sightings in the area. By night, I sat awake with my hunting rifle across my knees, watching and waiting. But the creature did not reappear. The weekend arrived, and with it a surge of hikers and campers flocking to the park to enjoy the great outdoors. which meant more people potentially wandering into harm's way. I briefed every group I came across with the usual advisories about bears, mountain lions, and flash floods, but a war raged within me. Should I warn them about the other danger lurking in the shadows, or would I just create needless panic? In the end, I couldn't bring myself to say anything, praying my silence wouldn't be a fatal mistake. All I could do was double down on patrols, watching over the civilians I'd sworn an oath to protect as fiercely as I could. But how do you protect anyone from a myth made real? A myth with cunning eyes and unclear intentions? Little did I know I was about to find out, and the answer would change my life forever. The call came in just before dusk. A family of campers had failed to return from a day hike near Panther Creek. With sunset fast approaching and temperatures set to drop into the 40s overnight, we had to move fast. I rendezvoused with a hasty search party at the trailhead. Mike was there, his face tight with worry in the fading light. The Walters family, 2 adults and their 10-year-old son, left for the Panther Creek Trail around 10 this morning. No one's seen them since. A sinking feeling hit my gut as we divided into teams and set off at a brisk pace. That trail wound deep into an isolated region of the park, an area rife with towering old-growth trees and limestone caves, the perfect haunt for a creature of legend to hide. I'd patrolled it just yesterday, seen nothing out of the ordinary, but a lot could change in a day. As full dark fell, we scoured the undergrowth with high-powered flashlights, calling out for the missing family. Hours dragged by with no sign of them. As much as I'd hoped this was just a case of inexperienced hikers falling behind schedule, a darker possibility crept into my mind. What if they'd been taken? Close to midnight, there was a shout from the group, fanned out to my right. My heart seized in my chest. A few minutes later, Mike's ashen face materialized in the glow of my flashlight beam. "We found the parents," he said, his voice haunted. "They're dead, Ahanu. Ripped to pieces." An icy chill seeped into my bones, colder than the night air. I knew what this meant without being told. The creature had claimed its first victims, but there was one missing. "The boy?" I asked, not daring to hope. Mike shook his head. "No sign of him yet. The others are still searching, but..." He trailed off, the terrible implication clear. I couldn't accept it, refused to have the blood of an innocent child on my hands. I had to believe he was out there, terrified and alone, needing someone to guide him home, someone who understood what he was really up against. I waited until the others were occupied, then slipped away into the shadows of the forest. Following my gut, I broke from the trail, pushing deeper into the wilderness, to where the trees grew impossibly tall and ancient. If I was right, this was where I would find both the boy and the creature. I prayed I wouldn't be too late. Branches clawed at my face as I sprinted through the underbrush, my lungs burning and leg muscles screaming in protest. I ignored the pain driven by sheer desperation. I had to reach the boy before the creature did. Nothing else mattered. As I burst into a small moonlit clearing, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, childlike and full of terror. It was close, wildly sweeping my flashlight beam. My eye caught a flicker of movement off to my left. There, at the bottom of an embankment, was a small figure, huddled against a fallen log. "Hey," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the eerie stillness. "I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help." As I approached cautiously, the figure solidified into the missing boy, his clothing mud-streaked and face streaked with tears. "It's going to be okay now," I reassured as he flung himself into my arms, sobbing. "I've got you." But even as I said the words, icy fear gripped my heart. It was too quiet. No owls hooting, no insects humming, the forest holding its breath. And then I heard it, the crack of a branch behind us, a guttural rumbling growl that vibrated up through the soles of my feet. My blood turned to ice as I slowly turned, angling my flashlight back towards the tree line. There, barely 15 yards away, stood the creature. It loomed close to 9 feet tall, its huge frame dwarfing the Douglas firs around it. Covered in shaggy matted fur and built like a linebacker, it watched us with disturbingly intelligent eyes glowing red in the reflected light. I shoved the kid behind me and fumbled for my pistol with a bad trembling hand, the other holding the flashlight steady. "Stay back," I warned, trying to project more calm than I felt. The creature let out another deep growl and took a step forward. Everything in me screamed to open fire, but some deep primal instinct held me back. The way the creature stared at me, unafraid and almost curious, like it was looking into my very soul, weighing and measuring. I'd seen that look before in the eyes of the tribal elders during the sacred ceremonies of my youth, ancient wisdom and knowing. Then the boy whimpered, clinging to my legs, and the spell broke. I looked down at his small, helpless frame, then back to the hulking creature, and felt a stab of clarity. I knew what I had to do, even if it cost me everything. Heart hammering like war drums in my chest, I slowly raised my hands in a gesture of peace, letting the pistol fall to the forest floor. "My name is Ahanu, and I mean you no harm," I said, my voice ringing out calm and clear in the charged air between us. "I'm here to protect, not to hurt. The boy is innocent. Please let him go." The creature tilted its head, a startlingly human gesture, as if considering my words. For a long moment, nobody moved, the tableau frozen like a scene from a nightmare. Then, very slowly, it stepped back, melting into the shadows of the forest without a sound. I released a shaky breath, almost dizzy with relief and adrenaline. Scooping up the trembling boy, I turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth with the single-minded goal of getting us both back to safety. Distant shouts began to echo through the night as the rest of the search party closed in on our location. In a daze, I handed off the boy and watched as he was reunited with his shell-shocked relatives. The grief and trauma of this night forever stamped on their faces, and I knew my life would never be the same. I had stood face to face with the myth, the legend, and in that suspended moment some kind of understanding had passed between us, an acknowledgement of our shared role as guardians and watchers. In the chaos of the search wind down, I slipped away, returning to my little cabin under the towering sequoias. Exhaustion hit me like a freight train as I slumped onto my threadbare couch, staring blankly into the darkened room. I had so many questions, my mind a whirl with the impossibilities I'd seen. But one thing I knew for certain, it was no monster I'd faced in those woods tonight, no soulless abomination. No, what I had glimpsed in those fathomless eyes was an ancient being, something rooted to the fabric of this land since time immemorial. A guardian of these great and terrible forests, just like me. And though I knew I might spend the rest of my days jumping at shadows, I also knew I would never speak of this to another living soul. This secret was not mine to share, the silent oath of the watcher in the woods, the keeper of a world humanity has all but forgotten. I was honored to bear it, this lonely burden, as my ancestors had for generations. The myths are alive, and they walk among us, watching through the veil. I know, because I am one of them now. The old truck rattled and shook as Alejandro navigated the winding forest road. He gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, as the dense trees loomed on either side, pressing in close like a tunnel. The forest seemed to swallow the waning daylight, the green leaves turning black in the shadows. Alejandro tried to ignore the unease prickling at the back of his neck. He needed this job. After losing his position at the hardware store back in town, the park ranger gig was his last hope to make ends meet and support his disabled mother, even if it meant living alone in the remote wilderness of Olympic National Park for months at a time. The truck hit a pothole, jolting him out of his thoughts. The ranger station should be just ahead. As he rounded the next bend, a tiny cabin came into view, nestled in a clearing amidst towering evergreens. It looked almost swallowed by the encroaching forest. Alejandro parked and stepped out, inhaling deeply. The scent of rich earth, decaying leaves, and pine needles enveloped him. An eerie stillness hung in the air, the only sound the soft creaking of tree branches in the breeze. He felt very small and alone. Pushing aside a shiver, he collected his bags from the truck bed and approached his new home. The cabin was simple: a main room with a kitchenette, a small bathroom, a modest bedroom, but it would suffice. He just needed to keep his head down, do his job, and make some money. How hard could being a park ranger really be? As Alejandro unpacked, unease continued to tug at him. He tried to shake it off as first-day jitters in an unfamiliar place, but he couldn't escape the sense that unseen eyes were watching him from the dark depths of the ancient forest. Watching and waiting. The next morning, weak sunlight filtered through the mist as Alejandro walked the park's high hiking trails. Massive tree trunks rose up on all sides like the pillars of an endless green cathedral. Even the bird calls and skittering of small animals in the underbrush seemed muffled, as if the forest was holding its breath. He was relieved to run into a group of backpackers around mid-morning, a reminder that other humans existed out here. The three college-aged hikers were trying to decipher a park trail map, arguing over which path led back to the main campground. "You folks lost?" Alejandro called out. "Need some help?" The hikers looked up, relief evident on their faces. "Yes, please," said the one with shaggy blonde hair. "We're trying to get back to Sentinel Camp, but I think we took a wrong turn." Alejandro took the map and oriented it. "I'm Ranger Alejandro, by the way. First week on the job." "I'm Zach," the blonde one said. "This is Mia and Tyson. We're doing a big post-graduation backpacking trip." "Quite a place to do it," Alejandro said. The Olympic wilderness was not for novice hikers. "Okay, looks like you veered off the main trail about 2 miles back. See this fork? You kept right, but you'll want to backtrack and go left to loop around to Sentinel." The hikers thanked him and set off back the way they came. Alejandro continued on, checking trail markers and clearing minor debris. The morning's interaction had buoyed his spirits. This job wasn't so hard. Help a few lost hikers. Make sure the paths were clear. He could handle this, even if the oppressive hush of the forest still made the hairs on his arms stand up. He was repairing a broken trail sign when a flicker of movement in the trees caught his eye. Something large and dark, there and gone between the shadows and light-dappled leaves. Probably just a deer, he told himself. Then a strange musky scent reached his nose on the breeze, like wet fur and decay. The forest went utterly silent. No birdsong, no insects, no rustling of small creatures. Icy tendrils of fear unfurled in Alejandro's gut. There it was again, a dark shape moving between trees in the distance, too fast to follow with his eyes. Too big to be a deer. The smell grew stronger, invaded his nostrils. His heart began to pound. A broken branch snapped behind him. He spun around wildly but saw only forest. The shadows seemed to undulate and pulse, taunting him. There was no one else on this trail for miles. Trying to calm his hammering heart, Alejandro told himself it was just a bear. He was in the wilderness. Wildlife encounters were part of the job. But an eerie awareness prickled his skin, an ancient instinct that warned of an inhuman presence watching him. He hurried back in the direction of the cabin, trying to move quickly but quietly. The feeling of unseen eyes boring into his back intensified with every step. Low-hanging pine needles brushed his face like grasping fingers. He was sure he heard the crack of twigs underfoot behind him, but every time he whipped his head around, there was nothing but trees and shadow. After an interminably long time, the cabin finally came into sight. Alejandro resisted breaking into a run, every muscle trembling with coiled adrenaline. He reached the door, fumbled with his key, and tumbled inside. The sudden light and normalcy of the cabin interior was jarring after the threatening gloom of the forest. He locked the door and collapsed into a chair, breathing hard. Running a hand through his sweaty hair, he tried to compose himself. There had to be a rational explanation. A bear, or maybe cougars back in this remote area. He was letting the spooky atmosphere of the ancient forest get to him. Alejandro fixed himself dinner, focusing on the routine tasks to calm his nerves. By the time he got into bed, he had almost convinced himself he imagined the whole thing. But in the dark cabin, wind howled and tree branches clawed at the roof like macabre fingernails. Sleep did not come easily. The next few days passed relatively uneventfully, as Alejandro fell into a routine. check trails, clean campsites, give directions to lost hikers. The strange presence in the forest never entirely left his mind, but with no further encounters, it was easier to chalk it up to newbie jitters. About a week into the job, he got a radio call that would shatter that fragile peace. It was Zach, the blonde hiker from his first day. "Ranger Alejandro, we need help." Zach's voice cracked over the line, taut with barely suppressed panic. "It's Mia. She went missing last night." A chill rippled through Alejandro. Missing hikers were a ranger's worst nightmare in a vast wilderness like Olympic. "Okay, Zach, take a deep breath," Alejandro said, trying to project calm authority. "Tell me exactly what happened." "We made camp near Iris Meadows last night. Mia said she was going to look for a place to pee, and she just disappeared. We searched for hours, but there's no sign of her." Zach's voice broke. "Stay where you are," Alejandro ordered. "I'm on my way now. I'll radio the other ranger so we can organize a proper search." He grabbed his pack and hurried to the trailhead. As he hiked up towards Iris Meadows as fast as he dared on the treacherous terrain, dread began to pool in his stomach. The forest seemed to close in around him, the canopy blocking out the sky. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air, echoing off the mountains. Alejandro froze, his blood turning to ice. The scream cut off as abruptly as it started, swallowed by the trees. It sounded close and terrified. He veered off the trail in the direction of the scream, thrashing through the dense underbrush. "Hello?" he called out. "This is Ranger Alejandro. I'm here to help." There was no response. The forest was utterly still. That strange, rank animal musk tickled his nostrils again. The shadows rippled, concealing dark forms in their depths. "Please, help!" The shout came from somewhere to his left, weak and desperate. He crashed through a ring of trees and stumbled to a halt, his heart in his throat. There was Mia crumpled at the base of a mossy boulder. Her leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Blood matted her hair. She stared at him with wild, terrified eyes. "Oh, thank God," she sobbed as he rushed to her side. I thought it was coming back for me." "What was?" Alejandro asked sharply. He examined her leg, trying to assess the damage. The bone hadn't broken the skin, at least. The thing," Mia said, her gaze darting fearfully to the trees. "A monster. It looked almost human, but wrong. Twisted. It smelled awful. It grabbed me and I blacked out." An involuntary shudder rolled through Alejandro. The dark presence he had sensed, had it gotten Mia? He couldn't fathom what she had seen, but her terror was real. "Let's get you out of here," he said gently. He crafted a makeshift splint for her leg, then helped her stand. They began the arduous hike back towards Iris Meadow, where Zach and Tyson were hopefully still waiting. Mia was pale, clammy, barely holding on to consciousness, but a different kind of fear pounded through Alejandro's veins with each step, a primal awareness that they were not alone in these woods, that hungry eyes watched them from the shadows of the ancient trees. He radioed the other rangers as soon as they had reception, calling for a helicopter extraction for Mia. As the chopper landed in the meadow, wind beating the grass flat, Alejandro pulled Zach and Tyson aside. He recounted Mia's story in a low voice. Their eyes widened with a look of understanding that chilled him more than anything else so far. "We thought we were imagining things," Tyson said shakily. "Glimpses of something in the trees, a horrible smell. We never should have come out here." Alejandro was silent as he watched the helicopter lift off, carrying Mia to safety. He didn't have the heart to tell Zach and Tyson what he was beginning to suspect, that Mia had gotten off lucky, that other forces, ancient and malevolent, lurked in the primordial depths of this forest, that their nightmare was far from over. In the days following Mia's rescue, a grim tension took hold of Olympic National Park. Rangers and local law enforcement combed the vast wilderness in search of signs of the creature Mia described, but the dense forest held its secrets tightly. There were no clear tracks, no hard evidence of anything amiss aside from the occasional pungent whiff of musk on the breeze. Alejandro threw himself into the search, desperate for answers. His nights were plagued with vivid nightmares of unseen monsters waiting in the dark boughs of ancient trees. Each gnarled trunk began to look like a misshapen human form, each rustling branch like reaching claws. He found himself drawn again and again to the grove where he found Mia, as if an inexplicable force lured him there. The shadowy clearing became the epicenter of his growing obsession. He would stand still as a statue amidst the sword ferns, straining all his senses for a hint of the creature. But the forest kept its eerie hush, broken only by the screams of startled birds launching out of the underbrush at his unwelcome intrusion. If the beast was out there, it would not be found unless it wanted to be. Frustrated and unnerved, Alejandro began to research the history of the peninsula, seeking any whisper of prior encounters with the unknown. He soon stumbled on a trove of disturbing native legends, passed down by the Quinault and Quileute tribes who had inhabited this land for millennia. The story spoke of Sasquatch, or Chiatko, a huge, hairy, man-like creature who roamed the forests with a powerful stench, a monster who could paralyze prey with a glance, who snatched women and children from the edges of villages never to be seen again, a beast who materialized and vanished like morning mist between the trees. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Skookum, the legends had many names for it, but all conveyed the same ancestral terror of a dark threat lurking in the primeval forest. A threat that had apparently endured into modern times, if Mia's encounter was to be believed. Alejandro felt like he was losing his tentative grip on reality, falling into a realm of ancient myth and nightmare. But he couldn't stop his feverish pursuit of the truth, even as it began to consume him. His fellow rangers whispered with growing concern at the dark circles under his eyes. His increasingly manic behavior. He knew he should pull back, leave the obsession alone before it swallowed him whole, before he became another piece of the forest's dark legend, vanished without a trace. But then the second hiker disappeared, and everything changed. The call came through on a gray, drizzly morning as Alejandro huddled in the ranger station, poring over yet another obscure indigenous archive. A solo backpacker had failed to return from a day hike near the Hoat rainforest. It was a story becoming all too familiar. Alejandro raced to the trailhead, his gut churning with grim certainty. He barely felt the rain pelting his face as he ran up the serpentine path, dreading what horrors might await. The missing hiker's tent sat forlornly in a deep vale, like a candy-colored island amidst a sea of green. Alejandro approached cautiously, scanning the periphery for movement. The forest was preternaturally still, but the odor of fetid musk hung heavy in the moist air. "Hello?" Alejandro called out. "This is the park ranger." His voice felt swallowed by the moss-shrouded titans towering above. There was no sign of the hiker until he circled around the back of the tent. Deep, unsettling tracks marred the loamy soil, heading north into a tangle of underbrush. Alejandro crouched to examine them, his breath catching in his throat. They were the tracks of bare human feet, but impossibly large. Each print was nearly 2 feet long, the toes elongated and strangely splayed, and threaded between them, caught on twigs and fern fronds, were unmistakable strands of long brown hair. Alejandro's heart hammered against his ribs as he rose slowly, pulling his radio from his belt. "Ranger Alejandro to dispatch," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "I've got signs of the hiker at Hades Grove campsite. Tracks leading north, requesting immediate backup." Static crackled across the line, hissing and spitting like a snarling animal. Alejandro stared at the broken device in mute horror, his lifeline to the outside world, to any hope of help, dissolved into the hungry silence of the forest. An all-too-familiar dread rose from deep in his lizard brain, the ancient instinct that knows it is being hunted. Alejandro forced his leaden feet to move, to follow the tracks away from the false safety of the campsite and into the tangled heart of the forest. With every step, the air seemed to thicken, taking on an oily sheen that coated his skin and lungs. The towering hemlocks and spruce crowded closer, their branches knitting together into a tunnel that blocked out the feeble rays of sun. The spongy earth absorbed his footfalls, rendering his passage preternaturally silent. But with every yard he put between himself and civilization, his senses heightened to a razor's edge, attuned to the subtlest shift in his surroundings. A skitter of falling pebbles to his left made him freeze. His head swiveled slowly, eyes raking the gloom. There, the undulating shadow of a large mass, detaching itself from the latticework of light and dark. A horribly familiar shape, moving with uncanny silence and speed. Alejandro's hand scrabbled at his belt for the comforting weight of his hunting knife. He planted his feet in a wide stance, raising the weapon in hands that shook imperceptibly. "I know what you are," he called out, feigning a courage he did not feel. "Show yourself, Sasquatch." A guttural growl answered him, rumbling up from the very bowels of the earth. The undulating shadow detached from the lattice of trees, stepping forward into a weak shaft of light. Alejandro's heart seized at the horrifying sight. It was humanoid, but impossibly tall and broad, with shaggy fur covering a bulging, muscular frame. The face was a twisted mockery of a man's, with glinting, intelligent eyes peering out from a brutish brow. The creature halted in the small clearing, watching him with eerie calm. Its rank, musky stench billowed over Alejandro in nauseating waves. "Where's the hiker?" Alejandro demanded, his voice cracking. "What did you do with him?" The creature cocked its massive head as if considering. Then it spoke, a harsh grating of words that sounded like boulders grinding together. "Gone. Offerings to the forest, as it has always been." Alejandro's breath left him in a shocked rush. It could speak? He tightened his grip on the knife with suddenly damp hands. "I don't know what you are," he said hoarsely, "but you can't go around kidnapping people. These are innocent hikers, tourists. Let the man go." A grating noise issued from the beast's throat. With a chill, Alejandro realized it was laughter. "Innocent," it rumbled. "Trespassers. This land is not theirs. They trample and defile the sacred places. The forest demands recompense." Alejandro's mind whirled, trying to grasp the implications. This creature, this myth-made flesh, saw itself as some kind of guardian, an ancient spirit protecting its territory from human invasion? He licked dry lips, scrambling for a way to reason with a being that seemed to live by its own primeval laws. "I understand this forest is sacred to you," he tried, "but things have changed. We have laws now, to protect both land and people. Let me have the hiker. I can help you find a way to coexist peacefully." The Sasquatch roared, a sound of such fury that it shook leaves from the trees. In a blink it closed the distance between them, moving faster than anything that huge should be able to. A massive hand closed around Alejandro's throat, lifting him off his feet. He choked and scrabbled at the rough fingers crushing his windpipe. The knife tumbled from his grip. The creature brought his face close to its own. Up close, the stench was unbearable. Alejandro gagged and thrashed helplessly. "No more words, little man," it growled. "Only the law of the forest now." Darkness ate at the edges of Alejandro's vision as he struggled weakly. So this was how it would end. Alejandro Ruiz, the failed park ranger, just another mysterious disappearance in the mountains. As if from a great distance, he heard an outraged shout. The pressure on his throat suddenly released and he crumpled to the ground, coughing and wheezing. Blinking tears from his eyes, Alejandro raised his head. Two other park rangers stood at the edge of the clearing, rifles raised and trained on the hulking form of the Sasquatch. "Get away from him," one of them yelled, her voice shaking but her aim steady. The creature growled low in its chest but slowly raised its shaggy arms in a gesture of surrender. It fixed Alejandro with a burning, inscrutable gaze. "This is not over, little man," it rumbled. "The forest will have what it is owed." Then, moving faster than the eye could follow, it pivoted and bounded into the underbrush. The trees swallowed it up in seconds. The other rangers ran to Alejandro's side, helping him sit up as he coughed and massaged his bruised throat. Questions pelted him from all sides, but he could only shake his head mutely, staring at the place where the creature had disappeared. It was out there still, watching, waiting. guarding its ancient green domain from the incursion of humanity. And deep in his battered soul, Alejandro knew it was right. The forest would have what it was owed one way or another. He just prayed the price wouldn't be higher than they could bear to pay. In the aftermath of the encounter, the National Park Service descended on Olympic in full force. Teams of rangers, cryptozoologists, and even military personnel combed the mountains for any sign of the creature or the still missing hiker. But the forest kept its secrets well. The Sasquatch seemed to have vanished like mist, leaving not a single hair or track as evidence of its existence. Slowly, as the weeks crawled by, the furor died down and life returned to a semblance of normality. But Alejandro couldn't shake the feeling that they were all balanced on the edge of a knife. An ancient evil had been roused, a primordial force that would not rest until it had reclaimed its territory from the invading plague of mankind. His every waking thought was consumed with the mystery of the creature. He pored over every museum archive and tribal history he could get his hands on, trying to understand the beast's origins and nature. Whispers began to surface of other disappearances over the decades. Other times the Sasquatch had supposedly emerged to cull the human herd before vanishing into legend once more. A chill pattern began to take shape, of an eternal being that saw humanity as a blight to be cleansed from its sacred land. Alejandro knew he was being sucked into obsession again, but he couldn't stop himself. Every lead brought him closer to a terrible truth, that the Pacific Northwest was a realm where mankind was the invader, the interloper subject to the whims of ancient powers beyond its ken. And over it all loomed the burning, hate-filled eyes of the Sasquatch, a promise of retribution to come. The nightmares began again. Visions of grasping claws and blood-spattered forest glades. Alejandro woke screaming in the night, feeling the phantom crush of fingers around his throat. Bit by bit, Alejandro felt his tenuous grip on reality fray. The bustling world of humankind felt further away every day, replaced by the creeping gloom of the primeval forest and the horrors it concealed. He took to long, rambling hikes deep into the Olympic backcountry, seeking some communion with the ancient trees. But his every step was dogged by the unshakable feeling of being watched, being hunted by an implacable foe. And then the reports started coming in of strange sightings from all around the park. Hikers stumbling back wild-eyed with tales of dark forms loping through the undergrowth. Campers waking to find their food ransacked and huge bare footprints circling their tents. Growing signs of a malevolent presence stalking the mountains. Deep in his withered soul, Alejandro knew the awful truth. It was starting again. The Sasquatch was back, and it was angry. All his efforts to understand it had only provoked it to more brazen displays of dominance. The cycle was beginning anew, and this time Alejandro feared there would be no stopping the hunger of the beast until it had claimed what it was owed. Until the forest ran red with the blood of trespassers. Alejandro stood now at the trailhead of a remote path, staring into the waiting gloom of the trees. The very air seemed to hum with a sense of gathering malice. He knew what he had to do. It had come down to him in the end to step forward and meet the monster on its own terms, to walk into the abyss and find a way to appease the forces he had roused, or die trying. With a deep breath, he shouldered his pack and stepped off the trail, off the map, into the heart of primal darkness. The trees closed behind him like a hungry maw, and Alejandro was gone. Whatever happened now, the forest would have what it was owed. One way or another, the debt would be paid in full, and the ancient balance restored. But the price, Alejandro feared, might be beyond human reckoning. He could only pray now that he was strong enough to pay it. I'm posting this because I need people to know what really happens in the deep wilderness. My supervisor told me to keep quiet, but after what I've seen, I can't stay silent anymore. These are my experiences as a park ranger in the Cascade Wilderness. Names and exact locations have been changed for obvious reasons. 23 years I've been working for the National Park Service. Started as a seasonal interpreter at Yellowstone, worked my way up through various parks until I landed what I thought was my dream assignment, head ranger at the remote Whispering Pine Station in the North Cascades. The station sits at the end of a winding dirt road, 47 miles from the nearest town. It's just me, a small visitor center, and my cabin tucked into the tree line. The territory I cover spans roughly 200 square miles of old-growth forest, alpine meadows, and jagged peaks. Most visitors are day hikers, but we get our share of backpackers heading into the backcountry for weeks at a time. My first month was routine. I checked permits, maintained trails, and conducted search and rescue operations for the occasional lost hiker. The isolation didn't bother me. I'd requested this posting specifically to get away from the crowds and politics of the larger parks. I had my books, my radio, and enough supplies to last through the winter months when the road became impassable. It was during my second month that I started noticing the tracks. I first saw them on a Tuesday morning in late September. I was conducting my regular patrol along the Whisper Creek Trail when I spotted impressions in the mud near the creek crossing. At first glance, they looked human, bipedal, about the right spacing for someone walking, but something was off. The tracks were massive, easily 17 inches long and 7 inches wide. The depth suggested something weighing far more than any human. I took photos and measurements following protocol. My initial report to headquarters classified them as unknown large mammal tracks, possibly bear standing upright. But I'd been tracking animals for over 2 decades, and I knew what bear tracks looked like. These were something else. The tracks appeared sporadically over the next few weeks, always near water sources, always in areas with soft soil that would take clear impressions. I started carrying a casting kit and managed to make molds of several prints. The detail was incredible. Clear toe impressions, what appeared to be a mid-tarsal break, and dermal ridges that looked almost like fingerprints. I sent the casts to a colleague at the State University who studied animal locomotion. Her response was puzzling. The anatomy is consistent with a large primate, but the scale is impossible for any known North American species. Where exactly did you find these? I was still processing her analysis when I received my first missing person report. Sarah Chen, 26 years old, had been hiking alone on the Overlook Trail. Her boyfriend expected her back by Sunday evening. When she didn't return or answer her phone, he drove to the trailhead and found her car still parked there Monday morning. That's when he called us. I organized a search party with volunteers from the local SR team. We spent 3 days combing every trail, every creek bed, every potential place someone could fall or get lost. We found her pack about 6 miles up the trail, contents scattered but nothing missing. Her tent was set up at a designated camping spot, sleeping bag undisturbed. What we didn't find was Sarah. The search expanded to helicopter overflights and K9 units. The dogs picked up her scent leading away from the campsite, but it stopped abruptly about a quarter mile into thick forest. Not faded, stopped, as if she'd simply vanished. After a week, we called off the active search. The case remained open, but without any evidence of foul play, there wasn't much else we could do. Sarah joined the growing list of people who'd simply disappeared in the wilderness. It was while I was filing the incident report that I noticed something in my photos from the scene. In the background of one shot showing Sarah's scattered belongings, barely visible in the tree line, was a dark shape, tall, humanoid, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off, too broad in the shoulders, arms hanging too low. I enhanced the image as much as I could with the software available. The shape was blurry, could have been a combination of shadows and trees creating an optical illusion. But when I measured it against known reference points in the photo, whatever it was stood close to 8 feet tall. I didn't include this observation in my official report. That night, lying in my cabin reading a horror novel I'd picked up in town, I heard something moving outside. Heavy footsteps circling the building, pausing at windows, testing the door handle. I grabbed my flashlight and service weapon, but when I opened the door, nothing was there. Just enormous footprints in the dirt around my cabin. The incidents started occurring more frequently after Sarah's disappearance. Every few weeks, another hiker would go missing under similar circumstances. Always solo hikers, always experienced outdoors people who knew what they were doing. We'd find their camps, their gear, sometimes their vehicles, but never them. The official explanation was that the wilderness was dangerous, that people underestimated the risks, wildlife attacks, falls, medical emergencies, any number of things could happen to someone alone in 200 square miles of forest. The statistics supported this. People disappeared in national parks regularly, but I was starting to see a pattern. Each disappearance occurred within a 5-mile radius of areas where I'd found the large tracks. The missing hikers were all relatively small in stature, none over 5'6" or 140 pounds, and in every case the canine units lost the scent in the same abrupt manner. I started researching local folklore, digging through old newspaper archives and talking to longtime residents in the nearest town. What I found was decades of similar stories. The indigenous peoples of the region had legends about the Stick Indians, tall, hairy beings that lived in the deep forest and occasionally took people who wandered too far from safety. Early settlers reported encounters with wild men, massive, hair-covered humanoids that walked upright and seemed to possess human-level intelligence. Loggers in the 1940s claimed to have seen family groups of these creatures, describing them as peaceful and less threatened. The reports continued through the decades. Hunters, hikers, Forest Service employees, all describing essentially the same thing: tall, powerfully built, covered in dark hair, with eyes that seemed disturbingly intelligent. I found one account particularly compelling. A retired park ranger named Jim Morrison had worked this same area in the 1980s. According to a newspaper interview from 1987, he'd encountered one of these creatures while responding to a missing hiker call. I was following the trail up Whisper Creek when I heard this sound, like a human scream, but deeper, more primal. I followed it to a small clearing and saw this thing standing over the missing hiker, 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown hair, massive shoulders. When it saw me, it scooped up the hiker like a child and disappeared into the tree line. I never saw either of them again. Morrison had reported the incident officially, but it was dismissed as stress-related hallucination. He took early retirement shortly after. I tried to contact Morrison, but learned he'd died 3 years ago. However, his widow still lived in town, and she agreed to meet with me. Betty Morrison was in her 70s, sharp as a tack, and clearly still bitter about how her husband had been treated. They made him out to be some kind of lunatic, she told me over coffee in her kitchen. But Jim wasn't the type to make things up. He saw what he saw. She disappeared into a back room and returned with a wooden box. Inside were Jim's personal files from his ranger days, reports, photographs, and maps with locations marked in red ink. He kept tracking them even after he retired, she explained. Said someone needed to keep records, even if nobody believed him. The maps were revelatory. Jim had documented over 50 sightings across 3 decades, noting patterns in behavior, seasonal migrations, and what appeared to be territorial boundaries. According to his notes, there were at least 3 family groups operating in the area, with a total population he estimated between 12 and 18 individuals. Most disturbing were his theories about the disappearances. Jim believed the creatures were taking people alive, possibly for reasons we couldn't understand. His files included interviews with indigenous elders who spoke of the Stick Indians' habit of adopting humans into their groups, particularly smaller individuals who might integrate more easily. The ones they take don't die, one elder had told him. They become something else, part of the forest, like them. I studied Jim's maps for hours, comparing them to my own tracking data. The correlation was undeniable. Every missing person case in the past 5 years had occurred within areas Jim had marked as high-activity zones. As I drove back to the station, my radio crackled with another missing person report. Mark Stevens, a wildlife photographer from Seattle, had been overdue for 2 days. His rental car had been found at the overlooked trail parking area, the same trail where Sarah Chen had disappeared. I knew what I'd find before I even started the search. Mark's expensive camera equipment scattered near a creek, his camp set up but unoccupied, and somewhere in the forest around the scene, if I looked carefully enough, those massive tracks. But this time would be different. This time, I was going to follow them. I waited until the official search team called it off before returning to Mark Stevens' campsite alone. 3 days of 20-person search parties had trampled most of the evidence, but I knew where to look. I followed Whisper Creek upstream from Mark's abandoned camp, checking every patch of soft earth for sign. I found what I was looking for about 2 miles up the creek. A clear set of tracks leading away from the water into thick forest. The prints were deep and widely spaced, suggesting something large moving quickly while carrying additional weight. I followed the trail for 3 hours, moving slowly and stopping frequently to listen. The tracks led through terrain that would be nearly impossible for a human to navigate while carrying someone else, over deadfall, up steep slopes, through dense undergrowth. Whatever made these tracks was incredibly strong and knew this forest intimately. The trail ended at a rocky outcropping that formed a natural shelter, essentially a cave formed by massive boulders. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of hanging moss, and would be nearly invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. I could smell them before I saw them. A musky animal scent mixed with something else, something that reminded me of the reptile house at a zoo. I drew my sidearm knowing it was probably useless against something the size I was tracking, and pushed through the moss curtain. The cave extended much deeper than I'd expected. Daylight from the entrance illuminated only the first 20 feet, but I could hear movement further back in the darkness. Soft sounds, footsteps, breathing, and something else I couldn't identify. I clicked on my flashlight and immediately wished I hadn't. They were there, 3 of them, standing in the back of the cave like a family posed for a portrait. The largest, clearly male, stood nearly 9 feet tall with massive shoulders and arms that hung past his knees. His face was surprisingly human-like but covered in dark hair, with deep-set eyes that reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's. Beside him stood a slightly smaller female, and between them was what could only be described as a juvenile, still larger than an adult human but with a less developed musculature. They weren't alone. Huddled against the cave wall were 4 humans. 3 women and 1 man, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. They were alive, but something was wrong. Their hair was matted and unkempt, their clothes torn and dirty. Most disturbing was their behavior. They seemed calm, almost docile, showing no signs of wanting to escape or even acknowledging my presence. One of them was Sarah Chen. I recognized her from the missing person photos, though she'd lost considerable weight. She sat cross-legged on the cave floor, weaving what appeared to be grass into some kind of basket. When my flashlight beam crossed her face, she looked up at me with an expression of mild curiosity, like a child interrupted during play. "Sarah?" I called softly. "Sarah Chen? I'm here to help you." She tilted her head slightly but didn't respond. Behind her, the largest of the creatures made a low rumbling sound. Not threatening, more like a parent gently correcting a child. Sarah immediately returned her attention to her weaving. The male creature stepped forward, moving with surprising grace for something so massive. Up close, I could see details that would haunt me for months afterward. His hands were enormous but distinctly human in structure, with opposable thumbs and what appeared to be fingerprints. His face, while covered in hair, had an unmistakably intelligent expression. He made a series of sounds, grunts, clicks, and low hoots that seemed almost like language. When I didn't respond, he gestured toward the human sitting against the wall, then toward the cave entrance. The meaning was clear. These people belonged to him now, and I should leave. I kept my weapon trained on him while backing slowly toward the entrance. Part of me wanted to try to rescue the captives, but I was outnumbered and outmatched. Whatever these creatures were, they were far stronger than any human, and they clearly considered the missing hikers to be under their protection. As I reached the moss curtain, I heard something that made my blood freeze. One of the humans, A young man I didn't recognize spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Please don't make them angry. We're safe here. They take care of us." I stumbled out of the cave and ran, not walked, not retreated strategically. Ran like a terrified child through 2 miles of forest until I reached my truck. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The drive back to my cabin passed in a blur. I sat at my kitchen table for hours, staring at my case files and trying to process what I'd seen. The missing hikers were alive, but they weren't exactly rescued. Something had been done to them, some kind of conditioning or adaptation that made them compliant, even grateful to their captors. I knew I had to report this, but I also knew what would happen. I'd seen how Jim Morrison had been treated. My career would be over, and the creatures would simply move their operation somewhere else. Instead, I did something that still keeps me awake at night. I falsified my report. I wrote that I'd found evidence of a bear attack at Mark Stevens' campsite and recommended the case be closed. I submitted the same report for Sarah Chen and the others. For 3 weeks, I tried to convince myself I'd made the right choice. The missing people were alive, apparently unharmed, and seemed content with their situation. Who was I to decide what constituted rescue? But I couldn't let it go. I kept returning to that cave, watching from a distance, trying to understand what I'd witnessed. The creatures seemed to operate as a family unit, with the humans integrated into their daily activities. I observed them foraging for food, the humans working alongside their captors with apparent willingness. It was during one of these surveillance sessions that I witnessed something that changed my perspective entirely. A young woman, one I hadn't seen before, was brought to the cave. Unlike the others, she was clearly distressed, struggling against the large male who carried her. Over the course of several days, I watched her gradual transformation, initially defiant, then confused, then slowly accepting. By the end of the week, she was behaving exactly like the others, calm, compliant, integrated into the group's routine. I realized I was witnessing some form of conditioning, possibly chemical or pheromonal, that made the creatures captives psychologically dependent on them. The missing hikers weren't volunteers. They were victims of a sophisticated form of control I didn't understand. That night, I called my supervisor and requested an immediate transfer. I told him the isolation was getting to me, that I needed to be around people. It wasn't entirely a lie. I'm working at a busy park in California now, surrounded by crowds and civilization, but I still wake up sometimes, remembering those intelligent eyes staring back at me in the darkness. I think about Sarah Chen and the others, wondering if they're still there, still weaving grass baskets and foraging for roots while something that shouldn't exist watches over them like a twisted parental figure. I never filed an official report about what I found in that cave. I told myself it was because nobody would believe me, but that's not entirely true. The real reason is that I'm afraid of what might happen if the wrong people took my story seriously. Military scientists, researchers, people who might see those creatures as specimens rather than whatever they actually are. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried harder to rescue the missing hikers, but I keep coming back to what that young man said. They take care of us. Maybe in their own incomprehensible way, the creatures believed they were saving those people from something worse. Or maybe I'm just telling myself that to sleep at night. I'm posting this account because I'm retiring next month, and I need someone to know the truth. If you're planning to hike alone in remote wilderness areas, particularly in the Pacific Northwest, please be careful. Stay on marked trails, travel in groups, and trust your instincts if something feels wrong. And if you ever find yourself face to face with something that shouldn't exist, remember that not all monsters are evil. Some of them might just have a very different idea of what it means to help.